Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first day of the Decatur County 4-H Fair 2024. My name is Bonnie Robbins, and joining me this morning is Scott Moffitt. We are going to be walking you through the goat show today. We are starting this morning with the dairy goats. The young people are getting their animals brought up for showmanship. We start with showmanship classes before we go into the breed classes. So we are going to walk you through that today. We hope that you will learn a little bit of something if you're not familiar with goats. Scott and I both put two kids through 4-H in Decatur County in the goats. So I'm here with my granddaughter today, and Scott's here with a niece showing goats. So we have a little bit of background in that, but we'll try to tell you some things going on. Showmanship is one of those classes that if you've never watched a livestock show before, you kind of wonder what's going on. The purpose of showmanship is to actually the judge is judging the individual, how well they have fitted their animal out, how well they have presented their animal, and how they maneuver their animal around the ring. So the first showmanship class will be the beginning class. It's for young people who have just completed grades 3, 4, and 5 in school. So these are the younger 4-H members. In the 4-H this morning, or today, we'll be doing dairy goats, and then immediately after dairy goats, we will go into the pig meat and meat goats. These animals are shown differently, so they are judged separately. We have today one 10-year member in the goat club, Braley Sundell, and we have 21 first-year members. That's really great. The first-year members are Madeline Badel, Rylan Badel, Ellie Baylor, Baylor Broussall, Madeline Caudell, Aubrey Klontz, Adeline Froling, Kenzie Froling, Tatum Froling, Ava Jolie Hackman, Case Haining, Jenna Meyer, Emery Morris, Melissa Red, Harold Rennekamp, Audrey Siebert, Alea Stainbrook, Anaya Stainbrook, Carolyn Thomas, William White, and Nolan Clark.
Good morning, everyone.
So we welcome these first-year members. We're going to get ready to start. If you're watching us on YouTube, you're going to see the young people bringing in their goats for showmanship. Again, this is where they are presenting their animals, how well they've cleaned their animals, presented their animals, and how they present the animals to their judge. Our beginning showmanship participants today are Jason Poe, Aubrey Klontz, Riley Badel, Hensley Badel, Reed Whipple, Kenzie Froling, Nolan Clark, Madeline Badel, Brooklyn Robbins, Evan Coors, and Landon Badel. So these are our beginning showmanship. They are bringing their animals into the ring to present to the judge. Our judge today is Hannah Gobe. Hannah is a longtime dairy goat breeder. She was a 4-H member in her county here in Indiana. So we are pleased to have Hannah with us today, giving us her time to judge these goats. So we are beginning showmanship. Again, this is an opportunity for the kids to show their animals. And this is when the kids get really nervous, isn't it, Scott?
Yes, it is. They really got the butterflies in their stomach and just trying to figure it all out, and hopefully they're having fun. That's what we always encourage them, to have fun and enjoy the show day, learn, and there's a lot of nice looking animals out there with the kids. They've done a lot of good job at clipping their hair, and they put a lot of work into these.
Yes, they do. They, if you're in the barns last night, you probably saw a lot of them scrubbing hooves and
Yes.
combing out and finishing up. And they, we always told the kids that they have a scorecard of 100 points for showmanship. 50 of those points are before they ever walk in the ring. It's how neatly prepared their animals are and how neat they present themselves. So it's this is kind of an opportunity for them to shine on what they've learned. And we always, like you said, told the boys to have fun, but want them to learn something. And a good showmanship judge will teach them something while they're in there.
Yes, and we have a good one in there today. Hannah does a real good job with kids, and she's been doing the showman goats dairy, and she does boar goats too, so she ought to be a good instructor for them today.
Yes, I think so too. The more the kids can learn as they move up in the ranks, these, like I said, this is the beginning class, so these kids are just really getting started out. Some of them, it's their first year, Some of them may be their third year, and as they move up the ranks in showmanship, as they get older, they're expected to be able to do different maneuvers and position that animal differently. So a good showmanship judge will kind of instruct them and help them learn that.
And they got, how many breeds we got out there today? It look like, Bonnie?
Well, we've got some Alpines, we've got some Nubians. Looks like we've got a couple Nigerian dwarfs, maybe. Maybe some recorded grades. It's hard to tell. Have some Nubians. If you're new to goats and you're watching us online and you see the long ears in the dairy goats, those are Nubians. The Nubians have the longer ears. The other animals have usually upright ears. They're a Swiss breed, different ones. But yeah, I'd say we have at least 2 or 3 different breeds out there. We've got some Nubians and Alpines, like we've got a little Nigerian dwarf, and so the kids are all. One of the important things the kids have to do is watch the judge. They have to know where that judge is at all times, because they have to keep the goat between them and the judge. And that way the judge looks at the goats and not them, and she'll ask them questions and give them instructions. The basic classes like this, the younger classes, they're just going to do basic maneuvers. And when we get into the older classes, they'll do more complicated maneuvers, and they'll get asked questions like body parts on their animals. The younger ones will get simple ones like tails and nose. The older ones get the harder questions.
Yes.
Chines and withers and all that. So like I said, these kids work really hard. So if you come out to the fair, again, today's the first day of the fair. You come out to the fair, make sure you make time to look at the 4-H exhibits, walk through the animal barns, talk to the kids, walk through the other 4-H exhibits. 4-H is more than 1 week out of the year. These kids work all year long, especially if they have animals. They're out there every day working with those animals and taking care of those animals, and they want to present the best animals they can for you to come see at the fair.
Yes, they put a lot of work into them. It's a year-round job when you got the livestock. Most of them keep them, probably at least 5 months a year. They keep them. And
if you've got a wether, which we'll talk about the wethers when we get to the weather show, the wethers of the animals that they'll sell at market. But if you've got does, like a lot of these kids out here right now have got does, and these does are ones that they've maybe raised since babies, and they'll keep for several years, because those does will breed for them and have offspring and become a big part of their herd. So this is kind of this is a big deal. These kids take a lot of good care of these animals. And the moms and dads. Mom and dads help too.
Yes, mom and dads are a big part of it too, but it's all good learning experience for the kids, and teaches them some responsibility about life and taking care of stuff.
So you'll see with the dairy goats, you're going to see a little difference than we see later on with the meat goats, and how the dairy goats are presented, how they're set up, how they're led. Most of the dairy goats you'll see will just have a simple chain that they'll lead them by. One of the things you want to present with a dairy goat, especially a doe, is how they used to say feminine. That's not what they use anymore. They call it dairy character. But you want that animal to look very feminine. You want her to look like she's a good quality animal, and so you lead her around so she extends her neck and just gives a really good general appearance as she's walking around the ring. And that's one thing too, the judges will look at, not just how these animals are set up, but how they walk around the ring, because a really good showman can set up an animal and kind of hide the little few flaws, but when they're walking around the ring, the judge gets a good look at how that animal is. But like right now, showmanship is all about how the kid is presenting, how the child is presenting their animal, how they, the knowledge they have of their animal. The judge is asking questions right now, so she's going to test them on their knowledge of the animal. And those questions can range anywhere from where a certain body part is to what kind of animal, what breed of animal they have, and who knows what. The judge asks all sorts of questions. And most of these kids are pretty knowledgeable, not just in the goats, but in the other livestock you'll see this week as well.
And with the beginner class, the judge usually doesn't try to stump them too much, but when they get up into the senior and the expert classes, the judge will really pull out the trick bag and see what they can come up with to set apart the ones that study and the ones that are just not quite there.
Yeah, and we'll kind of talk about that when those older kids get in here, some of the things that we've seen our kids go through in those senior classes. And
Yes.
as they, if the kids are interested enough to go on to other shows besides the local show, there's some of the bigger shows. We've seen showmanship classes go on for a couple hours for the senior kids. So
the state fair is a prime example there. It can go for a couple of hours easy.
It's a test of endurance for some of those kids. Now, here at the county level, the winner of each showmanship class has the option to move up to the next class. So the winner of the beginning showmanship class here today will have the option, if he or she chooses, to move into the intermediate showmanship. That just kind of gives them a little more ability to show their knowledge and maybe kind of test out the waters, because these kids will eventually move up to that. So that is an option that we present at our county fair for the winner of each showmanship class to move into the next showmanship class to show their knowledge and show their animals. So that's something we'll see if the winner chooses to do. If you're watching us on YouTube, you're going to see the kids, now that the judge has moved, they have moved to the other side of their goat because they're watching her and they're making sure that their animal is between them and the judge. She wants to be able to look at that animal and wants to make sure that they're watching her. We used to tell the kids it was kind of like a sandwich and the goat was the meat.
Yes. It was a jelly filling.
Judge and them were the bread, so they need to be on the outside and the goat in the middle. So she's having them do some moving now, seeing how they move, how they follow instructions, how they set their animals up. And she's going to ask them a few more questions. Lots of times it comes down, we've seen shows where a few hairs out of place can make a difference between first and second place.
Yes, that is right. They clipping them and grooming is very important. They try to keep them all clean,
and sometimes it comes down to the question they ask too, how they answer it, if the answer's right, or if it's how they explain something to the judge. And she will give her explanations here when she places, why she's placing them how she does. And again, a good judge will oftentimes, explain to them afterwards what they can improve on. And that's always a sign of a judge who cares about the kids and about how they learn from their experience. 4-H is a lot about learning, having fun, and growing, and that's what we want to see these young people do today here at the Goat Show.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Side note for our Goat Club this year, we have one 10-year member, Braylon Sunkel. Congratulations to Braylon. Our only 10-year member for the project. We have 20
So as the judge is having the kids move up, she's putting them in line. She's asking them questions. This is probably going to be close to her getting ready to make her decision. She started them in a line down the middle. She's going to watch how they move their animals up, how they place them in line. One of the things about showmanship too is you pay attention to the other animals and other exhibitors in the ring. You give them a little bit of room, you don't crowd them, and you're respectful of them and their presence in the ring as well. So they're moving the last one into line here. We'll see if Hannah is ready to start making her placements for our beginner showmanship. I'm just going to walk behind them one more time to take a look at how they're presented, how they're set up. Nope, she's going to move them around a little more.
Doing a little more maneuver in here.
She's probably got down to one or two choices, and she's trying to figure out who she's gonna place. And like I said, lots of times it comes down to one little maneuver or one little hair or one little answer. So that means we've got some good kids out here showing that she's taking a little extra time to do some maneuvers. So these young people in this beginning class should be pretty proud of themselves. They're making her make some hard choices.
Yes. That's always good to see when the kids make the judge work a little harder.
Yep, that means the kids have put in a lot of time studying, a lot of time with their animals, and that's what showmanship's all about. You're sitting in the stands or watching us online, it may seem a little boring, but these kids are, like we said, hopefully learning a lot, and it's going to do them some good. Whether they show goats or not again after this, they're going to learn some things, and so she's kind of crowding them here. She's going to see if somebody's going to make the space that they need. As we said, one of the things you've got to pay attention to is other kids in the ring, and if they need some room, then you need to be able to give them that room.
Yes, and a lot of times that means you have to reposition your animal to help them out. So it's all a courtesy to each other. A lot of intense faces out there right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of looking a little bit of sweating. I think they're kind of wondering what's going on. They're all doing pretty good. They're all maneuvering their animals and watching the judge and doing exactly what she's asking them to do. They should all be pretty proud of themselves. They've done pretty good this morning.
Yes, they all get a good round of applause when it's over. It takes a lot of courage to go out there and do that.
Yeah, I never did that. So I admired my boys when they did it, because that was something I didn't do. And putting yourself out there and
takes a lot of courage and ambition.
Yep.
I think a good word for that, ambition, to want to go out there and do it.
Yep.
It's pretty easy to say, no, I don't want to do that.
Yep. Grit and determination there.
Yes, there you go.
They gotta. So she's going to have them walk now. They're going to walk them around the ring, and my guess is she's probably going to see how this goes. But she's working them pretty good for being a beginner class. Like I said, that means there's some kids out here that she's really wanting to put through the test to see how they are, and that means that these kids have prepared themselves, and their parents have worked with them too to help them get to this point. So they all should be pretty happy with their presentations.
Yes, definitely.
And every once in a while, you'll see a kid with a goat that doesn't want to behave.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, but sometimes those kids come to the top because of how they're behaving with that goat. They're not getting frustrated. They're doing their best, and lots of times that helps them even move up the line, because they're showing that they're not going to get frustrated with that animal. They're doing their best, and they know that animals have bad days, and that animal could care less whether this is a showmanship competition or not. They're just wanting to be themselves.
Yes, that is definitely true. They all have their own personalities just like us. They all good days and bad days.
Okay, she's going to walk them one more time, so she's really looking at somebody here.
Yes. Yeah, I'd say she's got 2 or 3. She's trying to narrow down to what she needs.
And we'll see these animals all again later when they come out in their breed classes. Got some nice looking goats out here today.
Very nice livestock goats. They're all looking real good. That's one thing with I know our fair, I've been involved with it. Bonnie, you've been involved with it, that the kids really take a lot of time and pride in their goats, I think. And
yep.
Our goat project has been really good over the years.
Yeah, our goat project has really grown. Our boys started in it around 1999, 2000, and it's grown quite a bit. We have quite a few number of goats in there this year, between the dairy and the pygmy and the meat. We've got quite a few animals this year, so that's always good when you see a project grow. It's always good when you see a project get popular, because that means that the kids are being good ambassadors for their project too. They're wanting to get involved.
Yes. Well, that's one thing, like with the goats and the smaller breeds are a little easier for people to manage at home, and and they don't have a lot of time and or a lot of money wrapped up in them. They can get into them fairly reasonable, and it's a good place to start. We started off with pygmy goats.
We did too.
And so two turned into about 50 pretty quick. But it's all been a good time.
Yeah, our boys started with pygmies, and then they each got into a different breed of dairy goat, and they ended up getting mom hooked into it, and we've still got a few too now that the granddaughter's able to show. So Hannah's going to be doing her placings, so we're going to kind of see what she's picking out here and let you know where we're at.
Let's give our beginner showman a round of applause. It's a really competitive class, and they all did a great job out here today. So I had them do a couple things. We walked around the ring a couple times, stopped, set up. I asked them a couple questions, the body parts.
Said that she felt like the kids really did a good job. She had
their animal, and most of them were able to give you some answers on that. If you were a little stumped on some of those questions, make sure you study your body parts before you come in next year, and make sure that you know that basic info about your animal. But everybody at least got one question right out of the 3 questions that I asked.
She said she asked everybody 3 questions, and everybody got at least one right, so that's a good start.
Had to do a couple maneuvers. I brought those animals to me. We turned around and went back in line. When we're doing that, I'm looking for a smooth showman, so someone that kind of makes their animal stand out more than themselves. So they're kind of gliding through the ring.
And as she's telling them now, the purpose of showmanship is to make your animal look the best. You don't want to be the center of attention. You want that animal to be the center of attention. And she said she's felt like a lot of these kids really did a good job with that. So that's, like I said, that's the parents making sure that they're working and everything does. So.
Perfect, and that's okay in beginner showmanship. But today, for me, your champion is going to be an exhibitor that I feel just worked really smoothly with our animal as we went throughout the class. They did those maneuvers in that side-by-side line when those correct. When they brought that animal to me, turned around and went back in line. They were really smooth in doing that. They answered all their questions correctly. They knew that basic info about their animal. So for me today, your champion junior showman is going to be this lady that's second right here with the outline.
She has picked her winner, and then she will pick out a reserve for this.
That animal set up quite as straight in line at all times, quite as correctly, got those feet precisely where they needed to be, but I do appreciate how well presented their animal was today, and that eye contact and attentiveness they had throughout the class. That's going to be the young lady directly behind her with the outline, and she's going to be reserved.
Two young ladies at the top of the line here. We'll get the name for the first place one. So these kids have all done a really good job. So they can be proud of themselves and pass out their ribbons.
Quite the accomplishment there to be the top 2, and we got.
Yep.
Congratulations to our champion in first place,
Hensley Badel. Hensley Badel is our beginning showmanship winner. Brooklyn Robbins, second place. So we congratulate those young ladies and all the kids in the class for doing such a well job. Hensley will now have the opportunity, if she so chooses, to go into the intermediate class. The intermediate class is for young people who have just come out of grades 6, 7, and 8. They are going to get those individuals in here, and we'll be back in just a second.
All fair, all the time, powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE, your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Listen live at AM 1330, FM 104.3, or WTREcommunity.com. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
Okay, so our intermediate showmen are coming in. We have Tatum Froling, Caitlin Badel, Tanner Coors, Fletcher Hash, Riley Hash, Josie Hartman, Macy Leak, and Hensley Badel, the winner of our beginner. She has opted to show today. in the intermediate class as well, so she has moved up. So we have 8. I'm counting correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, we have 8 in here today. In intermediate, again, these are young people who have finished grades 6, 7, and 8. They've had probably a little more experience showing their goats, so she's probably going to put them through a few more steps.
Yes, most of these kids have come up through the beginner ranks, and as they age, they'll get more complicated questions to ask.
Yeah, she's going to probably put them through a few more paces than she did the...
more maneuvers, a little more harder maneuvers and harder questions. Looks like we got a pretty good mix of different breeds in this class too.
Yeah, it sure does. We've got some Alpines, got some Nubians.
Nigerian dwarfs, and yes, pretty good mix there.
If you're watching us, or if you see the goats and you see the smaller dairy goats out here, the kind of shorter ones, those are Nigerian dwarfs. They are not much bigger than a pygmy, but if you look at a pygmy next to the Nigerian dwarfs, you'll see differences in their bodies. The Nigerian dwarfs are a dairy breed. They're just kind of a little shorter, a more compact dairy breed, but those are the little shorter ones you see here. Like I said, the longer ear ones out here are the Nubians, and got some Alpines out here. So, and everybody has their favorite breed.
Yes, we have always raised and bred the Nubians, and I know, Bonnie, you've got a little bit of Alpine and Togs.
We did. Our youngest son loved the Nubians. Our oldest son was Alpines, and like I said, they got Mom involved, and Mom had some Toggenburgs. We're down now to a couple Toggenburgs and some Alpines along with our boars. So, but everybody kind of has their preferences. There's different characters. Like Scott said earlier, the goats have different personalities, and the kids kind of get attached to those personalities and get used to them and kind of have their favorites out there.
I'd just like to give a big thank you to all the 4-H leaders and the club leaders, Max and Claire Thompson. They put on this show for us, and they've been real good project leaders. It's really growing, and all the Rob Smith announcing over there for us. They all do a real good job with the show.
Yes, they do. We couldn't do it without them. It takes a lot of time for them, Claire and Max, to get things ready for us for today, get pins set up and get our show bills ready and make sure everybody knows where to be and when to be. As well as the 4-H leaders, the Tree City Kids leaders, all the 4-H leaders for all the clubs work with the kids throughout the year, and their volunteerism and their time does not go unnoticed. It's very much appreciated. And again, you know, these young people have parents, grandparents who are helping them. We appreciate their contributions as well, because
couldn't do it without them.
That's right. Yep, they gotta have somebody to show the way, and sometimes a little extra motivation, but that's all part of it. But yeah, these everybody's participation is greatly appreciated, and we do appreciate everybody's being out today supporting the 4-H'ers and the goat show. Sometimes the goats tend to get a little overlooked between cattle and swine, and that's why we're here today. We want to make sure these kids get the recognition they've worked hard for.
We got a pretty good crowd in the stands up here watching the show too, so that's awesome.
A lot of grandparents, aunts and uncles, moms and dads watching and keeping everybody cheered on. If you're watching Streamlined, if you're watching on our streaming and you're seeing the numbers the young people are wearing, that is a number to help identify them. Obviously the judge doesn't know them. That would prevent any partiality, but that kind of helps everybody keep track of who's who, and when they come in with their animals, they'll have those numbers on as well to kind of help know who's got what and where, and make sure everybody's in the right spot. And so that's why they wear those numbers, is that's their identification. So and again, you're going to see and we'll talk about this later when we start showing the meat goats. The meat goats are obviously built different than the dairy goats. Dairy goats are more, for lack of a better term, the does are more feminine, more dairy characteristics, whereas our meat goats are more muscly, but they are presented differently. And you'll notice a lot of the kids, if you're watching on the streaming, you'll notice a lot of the dairy kids are dressed all in white. That is a preference for the dairy industry. You'll see that in the dairy cattle as well. A couple reasons for that. White denotes cleanliness, and of course with our dairy animals, we want them clean, producing milk for us. But it also provides a good background for the goats. When the goats are standing up against the kids, the white is a nice neutral background that the animals stand out against, and are easier for the judge to kind of judge that animal versus maybe some bright clothing behind the animal. So she's moving the goats around, putting the kids through their paces here. Again, these kids have a little more experience most likely in showing goats, so she's going to probably work them just a little bit harder than she did the beginners, and she worked them pretty good. So again, if you're just joining us, we are broadcasting from the first day of the 2024 Decatur County 4-H Fair. We are at the Goat Show. My name is Bonnie Robbins. Scott Moffitt is joining me. Scott and I have a little experience with goats. Our kids went through 4-H here in Decatur County, and we're here today to help get some awareness out about the efforts these kids have made with their animals. Help maybe give you a little information about goats maybe you didn't know before. But we are happy to be here, and we're happy to have a good turnout for the Goat Show, both in exhibitors and in spectators. Our judge today is Hannah Goeb. Hannah is a longtime dairy goat breeder and boar goat breeder. Went through 10 years of 4-H in her home county. She is from here in Indiana. And we appreciate her being here today to judge our animals. We have one 10-year member in dairy goats this year, Braley Sundell. And we have 21 first-year members. That's incredible.
Yes, it is. That is a good number to start out with again.
Our first-year members are Madeline Badel, Rylan Badel, Eli Biller, Baylor Broussal, Madeline Caudell, Aubrey Klontz, Adeline Froling, Kinsey Froling, Tatum Froling, Ava Jolie Hackman, Casey Haining, Janet Meyer, Emery Morris, Melissa Red, Harold Rennekamp, Audrey Siebert, Alea Stainbrook, Anaya Stainbrook, Carolyn Thomas, William White, and Nolan Clark. So our first-year members, that's a good future for the project. We got that many first-year members.
Yes, it is. It's growing and growing, and that's good. The barn's full. A lot of nice-looking goats out there.
Yep.
Y'all get a chance, come out and check them out.
Yeah, again, we encourage you when you come to the fair. We know a lot of people come out for the rides and the food, and that's great, but make sure you take time to go through the 4-H buildings. Look at the projects, not just the animal projects, but the other projects the kids have worked on, but come see the animals, and you'll understand why these kids work as hard as they do. They love their animals, and they love the opportunity to be able to show their animals. It may be 1 week out of the year, but they're working at it all the time. And so take a few minutes to go through the 4-H exhibits, the non-animal as well as the animal ones, and you see a 4-H kid, tell them they did a good job because they've worked hard for this.
Yes, they put a lot of time and effort into them for sure. Moms and dads, everybody involved. A lot of hours in the barn. And
so coming up later in the week, we'll have the sheep show, of course, cattle show, dairy cattle show, swine show. Going on this morning also, in addition to the goat show, is the poultry show down in the poultry building. It'll be the rabbit show later on. Judging for non-animal projects has already taken place, and those ribbons are out on the projects up in the buildings. So 4-H show, 4-H fair is well underway, and we appreciate everybody's support of the 4-H program in Decatur County.
I got a feeling this class of kids is going to give her a tough decision-making time again.
I think so. She's grilling them, and she's looking them over, and she's keeping her eyes on them. She may be talking to somebody else, but her eyes are on another individual, so she's not missing a thing. But yeah, these young people. Most of these have already, like I said, most of them have already come up through the beginners. They kind of know what to expect, and they're ready to put on a good show for her.
She's talking about the goats sometimes having a bad day. We've got one out here now that's having a little rough time deciding what he wants to do.
He or she is just not real sure. They want to walk.
Yep.
So we're gonna judge is gonna give him a little help and kind of give him a little push and
like you said, the judge looks at that to see how the exhibitor looks to how they handle that situation. And
well, like you said too, this is kind of stressful for the kids, and when their goats don't behave, it's easy to get frustrated. But like I said, the judge is not so much looking at the behavior of the goat, but how that showman handles it. Because a good showman's not going to let that get to them. They're going to just keep on doing it. They might be next to tears or ready to chew that goat out and give it a talking to. But
that's what I always told my girls, was just keep it in, and when you get outside the ring, then you can just let it out. But till you leave the ring, you gotta keep your composure.
Yeah, you gotta look like you're okay in there. It is frustrating. Like I said, I never did showmanship, but even sometimes in a regular show, walking a goat around that didn't want to behave, you just kind of wanted to take that goat out and give it a good talking to. Well, she's ready to make her placings here. Hannah is talking to them about what she expects of this age group. That not only do they need to know the basics, they need to know just a little bit more. She asks them what they like about their animal, and then there's no perfect animal out there. We all have animals that we'd like to improve here or there, and a good showmanship will know that, so that when you're planning your breeding programs, you're going to know what to pass on and what to not. So she's talking about how she's kind of expecting this age group to know that. So she has picked out her first and second place for intermediate showmanship. And we'll get the names here for you. Again, she kind of expects them to know a little bit more. If I'm looking at the numbers right, our first place is Macy Leak. Congratulations to Macy. Macy will have the opportunity to go into the senior showmanship she chooses. And our second place is Riley Hash. So congratulations to Macy and Riley and to all the young people, but Macy and Riley kind of come to the top, and Macy will have the chance, if she so chooses, to go into senior showmanship. Our senior showmanship, this is going to be a little more competition, Scott.
Yes, it is. When they get to this age bracket, they've really been through the years, and they'll definitely pay more attention to their cleanliness of the animal, how well they're clipped, and I see some milkers coming out. They'll check that udder over and make sure it's clean, and they put a lot of effort into them.
Our senior showmans are young people who have completed grades 9, 10, 11, and 12. So these are our senior high kids, senior high youth that are out here. We have Adeline Froling, Allison Badel, Cassidy Coomer, and Mason Kuntz.
And then
Macy
Leak moved up to this class.
Macy has moved up, so we have 5 in the senior competition today. This will be a little more tough. Like Scott said, these young people have been doing this a little longer, and they're expected to know a little more. They're expected to have those animals practically spotless. They're expected to know a lot about not just the animal, but about maybe even the dairy goat industry or different aspects of their breeding of their animals and what they would change and everything else. She's going to put them through some paces. They're going to be expected to know a lot more than these other 2 classes have.
Probably some of them good scorecard questions.
Yeah, yeah. We've had kids go through where the judges will ask them what's on the showmanship scorecard or what's on the breed scorecard. So there's a lot of studying involved, and it's not just working in the barn. It's working on that paperwork too.
Yes, a lot of study, and that's what Seeing a lot of that this morning out in the barn. The kids were going over their books and putting that extra detail on the animals, making sure they're clean, washing them, and just they do a lot more intense cleanliness on them.
Yep.
But that goes with the experience of being coming up through the years. They've learned that we've got to do that if we want to excel. So.
Yeah, and like Scott said, we've got at least one down here that's a milking doe. So she's, it's a little more of a challenge to set up a doe when they've got that udder, and the judge is going to look at how smoothly this young lady does that with that animal. She's got a nice looking milker out there, and she's going to see how well she presents her.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest in tillage technology, check out the Terramax from Great Plains. Krone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well. Their service department comes to the field or can repair it in shop, and the parts department stands by to keep your operation rolling. Fraley Implement on US 52 in Rushville. Go to FraleyImplement.com for more.
So again, we're starting the first day of the fair out with our goat show. We have the dairy goats showing this morning. This will be, we have one more showmanship class after this, our expert class. And then after that, we will be going into the breed classes, where the animals are judged on their breed characteristics and so on. So right now, we've got 5 in our senior showmanship class that are going through the paces with our judge, Hannah Gobe. Hannah is a longtime goat breeder herself. Went through 4 years of 4-H in her county, bred and probably still does alpines and boars. So she has a lot of experience with what she's looking for in these animals and in showmanship. Again, with any livestock showmanship, whether it's goats or cattle or swine, you're looking for animals that are going to be presented at their best. They're neat, they're clean, they're cared for. The showmanship participant is also neat and clean and hopefully prepared for whatever the judge throws at them. It's maybe not the most exciting part of the show, but it can be the most nerve-wracking for the participants, and it just puts on display their abilities and their knowledge of their animal and their ability to show that animal to the very best of its potential. That's what a good showmanship does, make that animal look as best as it can. So after this, we will have our expert showmanship, and the winner of that expert showmanship will be representing the Dairy Goat Club, or the Dairy Goat Project at the Tom Swain Roundabout Showmanship next week. So that's kind of a big honor here in Decatur County to be part of the Tom Swain. This is the 50th year for the Tom Swain show, and so we're very honored that not too awful long ago we were finally able to get goats showmans into that show, and we appreciate the fact that the Thomas Swain Committee allowed that to happen. And so that's why our expert showmanship, one of the perks they will get is to be part of that show next week and represent the Dairy Goat Project in the Tom Swain show.
Yes, that is, as you said, quite the honor to be involved with that program, and the kids really strive to do good with it, and they get to show the dairy and the beef cattle and the pigs and sheep and the goat.
So Hannah is asking them questions, I'm going to assume probably about body parts and stuff, the way they're working with their animals. She's going to have them do some moving around. It's not uncommon when they get up to this level of showmanship for them to actually exchange animals, and we probably will see that in the expert showmanship, I'm sure.
Yes, I would say expert, definitely. They'll exchange animals, and then they'll get asked questions on the animal that they have in their hand at the time, and then that shows their roundabout knowledge of what all the kids know.
Yeah, that can be a little frustrating. You get an animal that's not familiar with you, and they really sometimes don't want to behave. And
yes,
and but again, it's sometimes that shows your ability to handle any animal, and it shows your knowledge of all different breeds within your livestock project. With the dairy goats, there are 7 different breeds. We'll go through those a little later. So when you get to that expert level, the judge wants to know, if you raise Nubians and she puts you with a Nigerian dwarf, she's going to want to know what you know about that Nigerian dwarf, and hopefully you've learned a little bit of something through your project years.
Yes, definitely. That's one thing that the Nigerians I didn't know a lot about as the kids was in it.
So these 5 young people are walking their goats for the judge right now.
Looks like they're all doing a pretty good job keeping a steady pace.
Yep, everybody's moving well, and
don't want to try to run the animal. You just want to walk it just nice and easy, and they're all doing a very good job of that.
Yeah,
so
some animals like to walk a little faster, and those are the ones you kind of have to
slow down a little bit.
So Hannah is ready to make her choices in our senior showmanship. So we'll see who she picks out at the top of the pack right now.
Let's give our senior showman a round of applause.
So she's telling them what she looks like. One of the things she's mentioned in all the classes is eye contact. She wants you to know that you're looking at her to see what she wants you to do. So eye contact is really important, and that's something that plays out throughout our lives, I think. keep in contact with people. So
animal out here that's clean and well presented. So those are some of the things that I'm looking for in the older division. For me today, your champion senior showman, you brought one of the most tightly clipped, cleanest animal out here in the ring. She presented herself and her animal really well throughout the class. Worked really hard to get that animal set up, put those maneuvers really smoothly. That's going to be the step lady with the Nubian milk directly in front of you.
our young lady who showed the Nubian milker has been pulled out. Hannah commented on how very neatly clipped that animal was, and if we're reading numbers correctly, that will be Allison Badel. So congratulations to Allison. She does have a very handsome doe out here. And then our second place is, let's see here. We're looking at numbers here. Adeline Froling, if I'm looking at the numbers right, is our second place. So Allison, congratulations to Allison. Allison won our senior showmanship.
Congratulations to our first place senior showmanship, Allison Bagel, and second place is our champion showmanship, Adeline Froling.
So yes, Allison Badel is our champion showmanship senior. Adeline Froling second, and Allison will have the option to go into the expert class. Whether she goes today or not, which she is, she will now permanently, until she's done with her 4-H career, she will be an expert showman. So our expert showmen are in the ring. We have 5 today. We have Kennedy Sundell, Braley Sundell. Braley is our 10-year goat member. Logan Badel, Lainey Ferris, that's Scott's niece. Good luck, Lainey.
Yeah.
And Allison Badel. So we have 5 in our expert class. These individuals have all won senior showmanship at some point in the past. So as long as they continue in their 4-H career here in Decatur County, they will be expert showmen. Once you win senior, you go into expert, you stay there till your 10 years are up. So these young people, maybe a couple of them have obviously been in here a few times. So they know what to expect, and we congratulate Allison for being able to move up and join those ranks today.
Yeah, she's got an older brother up there.
Yeah, so it's going to look, got a little bit of family competition.
We have a little family competition.
We got
there
2
now.
Badels and 2 Sundells, so a little bit of sibling rivalry going in here, and that's always sometimes good. Sometimes not. Sometimes the siblings we've had in the past that they get a little bit too competitive, but
yes.
But we're excited to see how this all goes. We have a lovely Allison's milker. That's a really nice,
yes,
big milker. We have a couple of dry does out here, but these animals are all going to be pretty immaculately clipped and cleaned, and the showmen are going to be on their toes because, like I said, they've been here before. All of them have been in here before, and so they know what to expect, and they know the competition is not going to be easy.
All fair, all the time. Powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE 1330 AM, 104.3 FM, and WTREcommunity.com, your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
So if you're just joining us, again, it's the first day of the Decatur County 2024 4-H Fair. We are starting the day out here on WTRE with the goat show. We are finishing up dairy goat showmanship this morning. We're in our last class, the expert class. My name is Bonnie Robbins. Scott Moffitt is joining me. Scott and I had the privilege of having our kids go through the goat program in Decatur County. And we kind of have a soft spot for goats. Scott's nieces are here showing today. I have a granddaughter here showing, so we're kind of partial to our goats.
Yes, we are.
So if you come out to the Decatur County Fair, regardless of what you come for, whether you come for the food or the rides, make sure you take some time and go through the 4-H buildings, look at all the exhibits, animal buildings, the stationary exhibits. These kids work hard. It doesn't matter whether it's an animal or a poster project. They've worked hard all year to get those ready. And this fair is their opportunity to show what they've learned and what they've been working on. And so take a time to look at those. If you see a 4-H'er, tell them congratulations, because regardless of if they've won or the fact that they've been able to complete their project and be here is a big achievement, and we're proud of all of them. They all deserve a good pat on the back. We are at the Dairy Goat Show. We are finishing up our final class of showmanship in the Dairy Goat Show, the expert showmanship. Our expert showmans this morning are Kennedy Sundell, Braley Sundell. Braley is our 10-year Dairy Goat member this year. We have Logan Badel, Lainey Ferris, and Allison Badel. Allison moved up from the senior showmanship. This is her first year in expert. These young people have all won senior showmanship, and so as long as they're in 4-H, they will be expert showmans. And their animals get a little bit more scrutiny. The judge expects them to know a lot more. They've come this far, and she expects a few more things of them than she does the younger ones, and it's a good opportunity for the younger ones. And a lot of them are standing out here watching, so they know what to expect when they get to that level. Our judge is Hannah Gobe. Hannah is a young lady from here in Indiana who came up through the 4-H ranks, 10-year 4-H member in her county, breeder of alpine and boar goats. And we appreciate her being here today, sharing her expertise with these young people. She's able to teach them a few things, and they can learn from her, and that's a good thing. Showmanship judges that can teach the kids while they're out there are the best ones I think I've ever seen. So as soon as we're done here, we will head into our breed classes. Scott and I will talk to you a little bit about the breeds as they come up, why they're showing them the way they do. And then as soon as we're done with the dairy goats, we will go into the pygmy and meat goats. Again, if you're watching us online, or if you come out and you ever see a goat show, you're going to kind of notice there's a difference in how the dairy goats are showed compared to how the meat goats are showed. That is because of their characteristics. The dairy goats obviously are bred to produce milk. They're shown a little differently. They're built differently. The meat goats are bred to do just that, produce meat, and they are built differently as well. They all serve a good purpose, and the kids who raise them and show them have done that for a reason. They have their favorites, and they know what they like, and it's 4-H is a good opportunity for them to decide that's something they want to do long term.
Yes, it is. A lot of them go on to they show at open shows where they go around the state, and sometimes out of state to the national shows, and present their animals to different levels, and it's a good experience. We've all done it, and
Yep.
Meet a lot of nice people and make a lot of new friends. So
Yeah. As Scott said earlier, the kids, it can kind of be stressful for them to be out here in showmanship, and if you're a spectator, you kind of sometimes think of showmanship as being, well, that looks a little bit boring, but it does serve a purpose, and we have seen at the state fair and other levels where a showmanship class at this age can take up to 2 hours, depending on how many kids are in the class. So these kids have gone through a lot, and Scott mentioned the National Dairy Goat Show, which is going to be in Louisville next week. The American Dairy Goat Association National Show is in Louisville, Kentucky this year. Starts on this Saturday. If you are interested in dairy goats and want to make a trip to Louisville, that's an opportunity to see animals you'll never see. They come all the way from California and Pennsylvania and all over the country to show at the national level. These are probably the cream of the crop animals.
yes, it is. A lot of nice animals.
And we've had kids in our program show. My boys showed. Scott's girls,
Yep.
Rob Smith's girls showed at national levels, and others. It's a really great opportunity if they have that and they have that interest. We have a lot of kids in Decatur County and other livestock that show at national levels with swine and cattle, and our rural heritage in Decatur County is something that we're proud of and hope to preserve. So our 5 exhibitors in the expert showmanship are walking their animals. For Hannah to take another look, she's going to look at how well those animals are being moved, Are the participants keeping eye contact with her? Are they being courteous to the animals behind and in front of them? And she's just kind of, again, it kind of looks a little boring to watch the kids walk in a circle, but it is for a purpose. And
yes, there's a lot to it. Just watching that animal walk on it, how its gait is and how well it's groomed. A lot of times they can see things that you don't see. Like you said before, the showmen can hide a lot when they're standing still.
Yep. So, so this is an opportunity for the judge to see how the young people handle their animals, how neatly they've cleaned the animals, and how they treat other showmen in the ring. Because that is a very big part of if you're in a bigger show where you've got, sometimes at State Fair, we've had 20, 30 kids in a class, the ring gets pretty tight. And you want that showman to have the courtesy to know to not crowd the goat in front of them, to not hold up the ones behind them, and to be courteous of the judge's time as well, to not, to respond to the judge's requests pretty quickly, so because that judge has got things to do. So again, the winner of our expert showmanship will represent the Dairy Goat Project at the Tom Swain Showmanship Competition next week. That's the kind of the ending finale for the fair, and it is a big honor here in Decatur County for those kids to be part of that. They're able to have that opportunity to represent the Dairy Goat Club, in the Tom Swain. So she is ready to make her choice here of the expert showmanship. So one of these 5 is going to have the privilege of going on to the Tom Swain. She pulled the scorecard out on them today. As we said, sometimes to make it a little harder, she'll actually ask the kids what scorecard points different aspects of their animal will have, and that's reflects on how well they've studied their animal and how well they've studied the Dairy Goat scorecard.
Yeah, that scorecard will get a lot of them.
Yeah, it's hard to remember how many points every body part's worth.
Yes, it is. I couldn't tell you if you asked me.
I couldn't either, Scott. That, like I said, that. Thank goodness for my boys. They knew that. So she has pulled out her winner of the expert showmanship. We'll get a name here for
Kennedy
you.
Sundle.
This is Kennedy.
Yes.
Kennedy Sundle has been pulled out as the expert showmanship. So Kennedy will have the honor of representing the Dairy Goat Project at the Tom Swain Championship. She's pulled out her second place.
That's her sister.
And this is her sister, Braley. So we have so that sibling rivalry ended up fairly well. They're both at the top of the crop. So we congratulate Kennedy for being our expert showman and going into the Tom Swain Showmanship next week. Congratulations, Kennedy, and congratulations to Braley. So our dairy showmanship has completed. We are going to be starting our breed classes now, and what that means is these animals are being shown breed specific. So, and this is our junior dairy show. A junior dairy goat is a female under the age of 2 that has never had offspring. So our first up is going to be our Alpine, what would be our intermediate kids. They go by ages. We don't have any, doesn't look like we have any junior kids. Junior kids are those born after April the 1st. So we're going to be going into our intermediate kids, and we just have one, an intermediate Nubian, Allison Badel.
Got 2 of them or just one?
Well, I've got
scratch?
one. I've got one scratch.
Okay.
Let's see here. But the intermediate kids, again, these does are showed according to their age within their breed classes. They are shown, an intermediate kid is those born during the month of March of the current year. So we have Allison Badel with her Nubian. This little Nubian, being the single one, will obviously be the winner in her class, but she will come in to compete for the champion junior doe. So Scott, talk to us about the Nubians. You raised Nubians, still have some. What's your favorite thing about the Nubians?
Their personalities. Every one of them's got a different personality. Some of them will love you, some of them will hate you. But we went with the Nubians. The girls, they liked them, and the long floppy ears, I think, is what drawed us to them. And they've been very temperamental with everybody. They handle good. They have good milk production, and we used to make a lot of ice cream, homemade ice cream with the milk.
Nubians are supposedly have a pretty good butter fat to them.
Yes.
Of course, a lot of that depends on your breed, but Nubians are probably one of the most popular dairy breeds. Like Scott said, the long floppy ears kind of draws everybody in, and they usually are a fairly easy animal to keep. They've got good personalities. They like people.
Yes.
Our youngest boy raised Nubians, but I have to be honest, they were not my favorite. But again, that's everybody's personality.
Yes.
Our youngest son loved his Nubians, did really well with them, went into open shows and such, and we were blessed to have really good bloodlines. But the Nubians are the longer eared. They are a very personable animal. They are pretty easy to distinguish with their long ears and very, very elegant.
Yes,
can be a larger animal,
very
but they
stylish.
do have good. But very stylish. That's the word. Yeah, and they do have good milk production. And one of the good things about dairy goats is the milk production. We're now on to senior kids. Senior kids are those born in January and February of the current year. We have a Nigerian dwarf exhibit, Nolan Clark. Nolan is out here with his senior kid Nigerian dwarf. You'll notice she's a little smaller than that Nubian was. Very pretty little doe, flashy little doe with her black and white coloring.
Yes,
so Nolan will be bringing that doe back in to go up for junior champion. So it's a nice little doe there Nolan has.
Yes, and the Nigerians, they're compact, but their udders, they do produce quite a bit of milk for their size.
Yeah. The Nigerian dwarfs are also one of the higher ones in butterfat, which butterfat is what you want with a dairy animal. Butterfat is important for cheese production, ice cream, and that kind of stuff. And as Scott said, dairy goat ice cream is pretty good. When we had a lot of dairy goats, used my extra milk to make cheese. One of my favorite things to make was goat cheese. But the goat milk is as versatile and usable as the cow milk, and really no difference in taste depending on how that animal is fed. Obviously, they don't give as much as a cow, but like Scott said, they're more compact. If you have a smaller homestead, smaller area to raise them, the dairy goats can provide you with a lot of good products for your animals, for your homestead.
Yes, they do, and I know with the Nubians a lot. We would get half gallon a day.
Yep,
is not uncommon. Some people get up to a gallon a day off one goat, so it's quite a bit of milk.
We had a Toggenburg that she would usually give us about 1.5 gallons a day. So, but a gallon was really good too. So we now have the senior kid Nubians there. Again, these senior kids are born January to February. We have Reed Whipple, Logan Badel, Allison Badel, Caitlin Badel, who has 2 entries, and Madeline Badel. So we have 6 Nubian senior kids. Again, these are kids born in January and February of the current year. And she will pick out the top, she'll place those, and the top 2 will come back in for the junior championship. Champion will be chosen from the first place of all the breed classes here for our overall champion junior doe. So some bragging rights on the line here. We want to get those does up there. And
yes, that's where it all starts, is with your breeding stock.
You don't have good does, you're not going to have good kids. And you don't have good does, it's hard to get good milk. So you want an animal that's well bred, well put together, and able to produce A lot of milk for you. So again, we have 6 out here. We have Reed Whipple, Logan Badel, Allison Badel, Madeline Badel, and Caitlin Badel has 2 entries in this class. So she will choose her top senior Nubian kid. We have, if you see this on Streamline or you come out to the show, you're going to notice the Nubians come in every color under the sun. They are solid colors. They're patterned. Nubians can be pretty much any color.
And that's one thing that I always liked about having them is you multiple colors. You could get all brown or spotted. It just varies from, and it doesn't matter what color the mom and the dad are. They can throw you any kind of colors any day of the year.
That's it. And so a lot of people like that about the Nubians too, because you do get a lot of pretty colors, a lot of pretty patterns. There are some breeders that like those. A young lady out here with one that's got spots on it, what they call moon spots. A lot of Nubian breeders like that. But again, it's your personal preference. And while the collar doesn't affect their ability to be a good goat, they are kind of, like Scott said, you never knew what you were going to get till they were born. And sometimes that made it a lot of fun.
A lot of nice looking little does out here too.
They're all nice looking little does. So you get that means these families are doing a good job in their breeding programs, and it makes that judge's job a little harder, but that's okay. That makes you feel good when you know that your animal has made her work a little harder to figure out who's the top, because they're all nice looking little does out here.
Yes, they are.
She has placed these does. She has a nice little black and white spotted doe in the front. And she's talking to them about the things that she likes about that animal, the depthness of the barrel and the heart girth. And what she's looking for is an animal that's going to produce milk well and be able to carry offspring well. It's kind of hard to tell in these younger ones how well they're going to produce milk, but there's certain characteristics you can look for even at this young age.
Yes, and that's always the hard part as a breeder is what do you keep, and because at this age they look good and then they could grow up a little bigger and not be as well.
So every dairy animal, every dairy breed has specific things in there. Some are general across the board, depthness of barrel and so on, but like with the Nubians, one thing she wants to know, she's wanting to make sure that they have the good Nubian characteristics, which are the longer ears, which is the Roman nose. An animal that doesn't have that, doesn't meet the breed characteristics, is not well bred for that breed.
Yes.
So with the Nubians, you're wanting to look at the not necessarily, when you look at how long their ears are, you want to look at that Roman nose and how well they represent their breed, not just the dairy goat, but how much they represent their breed. First place was Caitlin Badel with one of her entries, and second was Madeline Badel. So those two does will come back for this junior showmanship, or excuse me, junior champion. We are now starting into junior yearlings. Junior yearlings are animals born May 1st to December 31st of last year. So these are animals that were May 1st of 2023 to December 31st of 2023. And we have one entry, the Nigerian dwarfs. That's Aubrey Klontz. She has a junior yearling. So she will be bringing that junior yearling back out for the junior champion. Again, the Nigerian dwarfs are smaller. They're more compact, but they do provide a good dairy experience. So again, Aubrey had her new Nigerian Dwarf junior yearling that will come back out for the championship. We now go into senior yearlings, and senior yearlings are any animals born before April 1st of last year, but are not yet 2. Our first entry is an Alpine, shown by Brooklyn Robbins. Brooklyn is my granddaughter. Brooklyn's dad, my son Scott, was the Alpine breeder in our household. The Alpines are a Swiss breed, kind of like the Nubians. They can be pretty much any color under the sun. They are a hardy animal. They have upright ears, and they are pretty good milkers. They are a good solid animal that my son enjoyed having, and so we still have a few of those for Brooklyn to show, but this is her senior yearling. So she is a single entry in her class of Alpines, so she will be bringing that doe back out for the junior championship lineup.
We have one of those in our barn too.
And yeah, you do have, don't do, yeah.
We got one Alpine,
Yep.
yes.
So
They're definitely, they are a good milking breed. And
so we have, like I said, different dairy breeds. We have Alpines. We have La Manchas. If you see a La Mancha, you'll know a La Mancha because a La Mancha looks like they have no ears. They have very little ear cartilage. That's just a breed characteristic of them. La Manchas are historically really good milkers as well. We have the Nigerian Dwarfs, which you said are the smaller ones. We have the Nubians. Oberhasleys. I don't think we have any Oberhasleys here this year, but Oberhasleys are very distinct in their coloring. They're a bay red with black trim, a very distinct breed of animal in their looks, and they must meet those color specifics. We have the Sonans. Sonans are large white goats, are usually pretty large, and again are very historically good milkers. We have Toggenburgs. Toggenburgs are again what's called a color-specific breed characteristics. They have to beat certain color specifications for Toggenburgs. That's what I raised. I have a few of. They're kind of a brownish gray with white trim. And one of the breed characteristics is that they must meet those color specifications. Then you have the Sables, which the Sables are basically a colored Sonnen. They are an offshoot of the Sonnen breed. They are their own specific breed. They are different colors. And then what are called recorded grades. And recorded grades are a mixed breed. They are mixed between a couple of different breeds. Our granddaughter has one she's showing that's a cross between a Toggenburg and an Alpine. So they're pure dairy, but they are a mix of different dairy breeds for a recorded grade. Right now we have out in the ring our senior yearling Nubians. We have Reed Whipple, Madeline Badel, Allison Badel. I think Madeline has 2 entries out here. Just one.
Madeline's just got the one.
Okay,
yes.
so we've got.
I think either.
No, they didn't tell me there's another Madeline Badel. So we've got 2. I think Madeline's got 2. Allison's got 1, and then Reed Whipple. So we've got
Yes.
4 Nubian senior yearlings. They're very nice. 3 of them are black, 1 brown, but they're very nice senior does.
Yes, you are correct. There are 2 Madeline Badels out there.
Very, very pretty long ears on these does. These will be does that next year will be in the, if they're shown, will be the senior doe show, which means they will have kidded, will be in milk, because you cannot show a junior doe older than 2 years. So these are the last years for these animals to be dry. They will be milking does next year when they're shown. So she's making her placings. Sometimes the Nubians are challenged. They're a little longer bodied, and sometimes getting them to set up straight is a little challenge.
Yes, it is, especially if it's a younger exhibitor. They get a hold of a handful sometimes. But she's handling her real well.
Yep.
Our doe that comes in next, our second place doe, the doe that excels in dairy strength. She's sharper, she's more open when you put your hands on her. I like her long bone pattern, her long deep neck. That blends really smoothly throughout today compared to our third place doe. Third place doe, another really powerful, another broody type doe. today. In our fourth place, so to round out the class is one that I do appreciate how straight and strong she's getting to her feet legs today. I'd like to give her a little bit more body to have to strengthen her up across the top line today to move her up in this class.
So she has made her placings. These two individuals will come back.
First place goes to Allison Badel. Second, Madeline Badel. Third, Madeline Badel.
So our first place was Allison Badel, and second was Madeline with one of Madeline's entries. So first and second in that class is Allison and Madeline Badel. We now have recorded grades, senior yearlings. We have 3 entries in that class. We have Reed Whipple has 2 entries, and Brooklyn Robbins has 1. So these are senior yearling recorded grades. Again, these are animals that are a mix of breeds. They are pure dairy, but they may have different breed bloodlines in them. I'm not sure what Reeds. Reeds have some Nubian in them. Brooklyn's is a half Alpine, half Toggenburg, but these are a mix of breeds in these full-blooded dairy goats. So they're going out here, and we have 3 in this class. Reed Whipple has 2 entries. Brooklyn Robbins has 1.
Why do they crossbreed them like that, Bonnie?
Well, lots of times it's just that's what you have available. I know in our place we don't keep a Toggenburg buck, we keep an Alpine. But lots of times, if you're looking for dairy production, if you're wanting a goat because you want a goat that milks, you're going to take bloodlines from different breeds to get what you want. My Toggenburg bloodlines have a lot of butter fat, and but maybe not necessarily a lot of milk production, whereas the Alpine buck that we have has a little higher pedigree of milk production. So my hope is that we can get some dairies that have better butter fat and also more production. So you cross, sometimes it's the opportunity of what you have available to breed, but hopefully you're breeding, regardless whether you're purebred or not, you're breeding to improve that animal. And lots of times crossbreeds will have the things you can't get from purebred because you're bringing in from other breeds, other animals, and so that's what you're doing.
Well, that's a lot of good information there. That's what I was curious about. And then you can still register those as ADGA animals, so you can show them at the open shows.
They could be registered as ADGA's recorded grades, or sometimes they call them experimentals because they are full-blooded dairy. But you know, if you're really interested in a dairy animal, your pedigrees aren't as important as what you can get out of that animal and your good bloodlines. And if you can bring in from another breed something you're lacking, that's really good. So the winner of this class is Brooklyn Robbins. Second place, Reed Whipple. So we are now ready to start placing, getting our grand champion junior does. Again, all the first and second places from these breeds will come in. The first place will be considered for the champion junior dry doe or champion junior doe. And then the remaining will be considered for the reserve champion. So we have these animals are being lined up now, and the judge will go through and make her selection of the grand champion junior and reserve grand champion junior doe, and then we will start the senior doe show.
Now, Bonnie, I noticed on some of these they have what they call wattles.
Yep. Yeah, our Toggenburg line has wattles. Wattles, if you look at them, when you come out to the fair and you look at, you see these little dangly things off the necks. Those are called wattles. They're good for absolutely nothing.
They're decoration.
They are decoration.
Why
they? I mean, it's just a breed. It's just a genetic thing. Some animals have it, some don't. A lot of breeders will sometimes clip those off when they're born, just because they don't want to mess with them. At our house, we kind of like the look of them, so we leave them on.
Little bling bling.
Little bling bling. Yeah, they got a little bling on them. Sometimes the wattles will be right off their neck. Sometimes they'll be higher, but it is a genetic thing. It really, like I said, it really serves no purpose. It's kind of like having your appendix sometimes, you know. But it's just one of those things that the animal can have. It is genetic. In our Toggenburgs, it comes through the doe line. So the doe that Brooklyn has, that's part Toggenburg, does have the wattles. You very seldom see them in Nubians, unless the Nubians have been crossed with something. You see them a lot in Toggenburgs, Alpines, some Saanens.
Nigerian sometimes.
I don't know if I've ever seen Nigerian with them. It could be. La Manchas I know have
La
them
Manchas,
sometimes.
yes.
But with us, it's always been in our Toggenburg lines.
Yeah,
so,
with the Nubians, we've not ever had any of them.
I don't think
but
when you've got a full-blooded Nubian, I don't think that's.
Right.
But it's just kind of one of those things that serves no purpose other than to be a decoration. And like I said, some people will actually snip them off at birth because if you're going to shave that goat, it is kind of difficult to get that shaved around.
So, yep, that's just something else you got to go around.
So it's just kind of a choice, but it is a genetic thing that, it's not necessarily anything negative, but it's not really positive either. It's just one of those things that's there, and it kind of helps differentiate, especially if you've got Toggenburgs or Oberhauses that look a lot alike. Sometimes I see, we want that one with the wattles out there. So Hannah is checking out all the first place goats here. We have the recorded grade, the Alpine, the Nubian senior yearlings, and then we go down to the younger does. We have a Nigerian junior yearling, a Nubian senior kid, a Nigerian dwarf senior kid, and a Nubian intermediate kid. So she is going to choose her champion junior doe from this lineup, and then she will choose her reserve grand champion junior doe from this lineup. So congratulations to all these kids who showed junior does. They did a really good show today.
For our grand champion junior dairy doe, let's give all our visitors a round of applause for a really nice animal back here today. Areas of that dairy goat junior scorecard, so a goat that has the general appearance of the strength across the top line, correctness of those feet and legs, standing strong up on those pasterns. A goat that's got the body capacity, the depth and the heart curve back into the barrel that we're flank that we're looking for. And that also depends on their age with the junior doe, so we keep that in mind. And a doe that has that dairy strength. She's sharp, open, and angular when you put your hands on her shell and an angulation that we're leg set today. I'm looking for those two things. I think there's two does that kind of come to the top of this line pretty easy for me today. We think there's one doe that has a little bit more dairy strength. She's a sharper doe. She's got more angulation in that versus leg set. Maybe a little bit more width between the hops and on the move. There's just a little thing that's going to separate those two does out for me today. For me, I'm going to use this Toggenburg type doe, our recorded grade at the front of the line.
Congratulations, Bonnie.
We're going to fall back to this Alpine directly behind her.
There you go.
So our grand champion dairy goat goes to the recorded grade senior yearling exhibited by Brooklyn Robbins. So now she will go through the second one and pick out her reserve grand champion junior doe. So congratulations to Brooklyn Robbins.
You got both of them.
We got them both.
Yep.
Well, we have a reserve and a grand. It's been a good day for Brooklyn.
Yes, it has.
So our
Congratulations.
reserve grand champion junior doe goes to Brooklyn Robbins with the Alpine senior yearling. So congratulations to all the exhibitors. Those were a nice bunch of animals out there. Nice bunch of animals. So we are going to start into our senior dairy show. Our senior dairy show will start. The senior dairy does are does that are in milk or have kidded. So these will be our milking does. These are animals that are producing. These are animals that milk, have proven themselves to be good, to be able to carry their offspring and produce milk. Our first dairy is a yearling milker, so she's under 2 years. She's under 2 years of age, and this is exhibited by Riley Hash. It's a Nigerian dwarf. She has kidded within the last year. She does not currently have a producing udder the way it looks, but she has kidded within the last year. She has a single entry in her class, so she will come back to compete for champion milking doe, champion senior doe. So we have now coming up our 2-year-old milking does. These are 2 and under 3. And these are a Nubian class coming in. So these does are at least 2 years old, but not yet 3. Again, these are does that have kidded during their 2 years of age. We have Madeline Badel, Allison Badel, Landon Badel, Logan Badel, and Lanny Ferris. I guess we just have 4, so I'm not sure who scratched here, but that's all right. We have 4 Nubian milkers out here. Again, these does are at least 2 and under 3. They have kidded during their age of 2. And so we are going to have the judge. I think we're waiting on one more the way it looks. I'm not sure.
I'd say Madeline Badel looks like we're maybe.
Yep, here we go. Yep, we got them up here. We got ones. There we go. So we do have 5 in the class. Madeline Badel, Allison Badel, Landon Badel, Logan Badel, and Lanny Ferris with our 5 2-year-old Nubians. Again, these are animals that are at least 2 years of age, but not yet 3, and they have kidded during their 2-year time frame. They are milking does. So she's going to be judging udders, udder capacity, teat placement, and all that stuff on an udder that we didn't have to look at the junior does.
Yes, and that's the whole dairy. A lot of the scorecards, the udder, but you still got to take all your general appearance and the body breed characteristics into the whole picture. So makes it a little harder on the judge to add that all up in their head.
Yep, gives the judge a little bit more to look at. So again, if you're just joining us, this is the first day of the 2024 Decatur County 4-H Fair. My name is Bonnie Robbins. I'm joined with Scott Moffitt. We are announcing and giving you information on the goat show. We are currently getting towards the end of the dairy goat show. These are animals that are bred for milk production. And as soon as we're done with this, we will go into the pygmy and meat goat show. So we're happy that you've joined us, and hopefully you'll learn a little something. We've got a lot of folks in the stand today, a lot of kids out here that have worked really hard with these animals and are here to present their animals for the inspection of the judge. Our judge is Hannah Goeb. Hannah is a longtime dairy goat breeder of Alpines as well as boar goats. She went through 10 years in 4-H here in Indiana. We're pleased that she was able to come be our judge today. And again, if you come out to the fair, make sure you take time to look at the 4-H exhibits in the buildings as well as the livestock barns. This is the week that the kids have worked for all year. So she has placed her 5 milkers from the Nubians, giving her reasons to them as why she places. When a judge gives their reasons, she's telling you why this goat is placing higher than the one behind it. And it's a good opportunity for exhibitors to kind of learn about what judges look for. And in addition to the udder and teat placements and udder shape, she's also, again, looking at their breed characteristics. You want to make those Nubians have those long, elegant necks, those ears, and that nice Roman nose, so they have good dairy breeding.
Yes, and they also look at on all the goats, the feet placement, the strength in their feet,
right.
Their pasterns. And
yeah, you want a goat that's good on its feet, because as it gets older, just like the rest of us, as we get older, our bodies break down, but you want a goat that's good up on its feet, good sound feet and legs to carry them through their lifetime of production.
Yes, that's very important. In the hoof trimming, we have to stay on top of that and keep them.
Yeah, these kids know how to take care of their animals, so these animals have a long production life, and they're well taken care of during that production life.
Yes,
because
they are.
A well cared for animal will produce for you and give you offspring and milk and what you need from these animals. So our first place Nubian 2-year-old milker went to Allison Badel. Second went to Landon Badel. So congratulations to them. We now have a 2-year-old Toggenburg shown by Kennedy Sundel. She is a single entry. She's a 2-year-old milking doe, so she will come back for the senior doe and best senior doe and show as well. So this is Kennedy Sundel with her 2-year-old and under 3-year-old Toggenburg. Again, Toggenburgs are one of those breeds that have to be a certain color with certain markings, and this is she's a pretty example of that breed.
Yes, that is.
Nice and strong on her feet. You want to see a doe that's walking up high on her feet, on her toe, not necessarily up on her toes, but you don't want them walking too far back on the pasterns. So next will be our 3 and under 5s. We have 2 Nigerian dwarf entries. These does are at least 3 years old, but not yet 5. So they're 3 and 4-year-olds, have kidded during that 3 or 4-year-old time frame. We have 2 Nigerian dwarfs, Fletcher Hash and Riley Hash. Pretty little does are walking in here. Again, the Nigerians are a small, compact animal, but they are a dairy goat. Nice little animals if you've got a small homestead but still want some milk. Nigerian dwarfs are good options for that. Very pretty little does, nice feminine little shapes to their heads. She has placed her 2 Nigerian dwarfs.
Riley Hash.
Riley is first place. And Fletcher Hash is second place. So those 2 little does will be back for the best senior does in the show. Our next class is our Nubian 3 and under 5s. We have 3 entries. Reed Whipple, Logan Badel, Allison Badel. So these are does, again, that are 3 years old but not yet 5, so 3 and 4-year-olds. They have had babies during that 3 to 4 year time frame. And they are here to be judged in the Nubian breeds. Pretty does out here.
Yes, they are. Very nice, pretty does. Seen a few of them out there in the showmanship today.
Yep. Now they had these does out in showmanship. I think all 3 of them were out in the showmanship rings. So they've already had their time around the ring, and they're probably ready for a good milking out and a nap when we're done with here.
They'll be ready for a snack and a nap.
Yep. Get milked out and get a snack and have a nap in the barn, and they'll think they've done their job for the day. So these are, again, Nubian 3 and under 5s that she is looking at to judge. Nice pretty does with their pretty long ears and nice udders on them. So we will see how Hannah places these 3 today. So these are the last, looks like this is the last of our dairy milkers.
Yes.
So that means we will be getting the winners out here to select our grand and reserve grand champion senior does. And then we have a couple of group classes before we go into our dairy weathers and then into our pygmy and meat show. So we're making pretty good time here. It's 11:43. So she is placing her does here, the 3 Nubian does. Looks like Allison Badel is in first place, Reed Whipple in second, and Logan Badel in third with our Nubian milkers. So in just a few minutes, we'll have all the milkers out here. We will choose our grand and reserve grand champions for the senior dairy.
Homan Inc. is your agricultural, construction, and equipment experts. Homans are specialists in construction of all aspects of hog, beef, and dairy facilities. Their GSI grain storage and handling can facilitate from 100 to 1 million bushels, and they handle all types of livestock equipment from dryers, manure systems, augers, conveyors, fans, and more. Plus, they have a large inventory of service parts as well. Let the pros at Homan Inc. help design your next farm expansion. Homan Inc. in Milroy at 2131 State Road 244. Family owned since 1958. Phone 765-629-2470.
So our first and second places in the milking does are coming out to be chosen for our champion senior does and our reserve champion senior doe. So again, these young people have worked very hard to breed these animals, manage these animals, keep them in good health and production to bring to the show today. So we will see who comes out as our champion and reserve champions of our milking does. We have some Nubians, we have a Toggenburg, and we have some Nigerian dwarfs out here. So we will see how Hannah places those. Our first places, we have a really nice Nubian milker. Scott, that's a really nice Nubian milker up at the top of the line. And
yes, it is. That is a very nice milker. All of them are, but that Nubian there, she's. I believe that comes out of Lisa Bagley's.
Could be. She's a very nice doe. Really nice, well-attached udder. Really pretty animal. So the family has done really well taking care of her, keeping her udder in good top condition to be productive and presentable today. But all the participants are to be applauded for their fine animals and their handling of those animals today.
Yes, they are. They all have a very, very well groomed and taken care of animals. Looks like a lot of these milkers are getting a little restless. They're ready for that milk out.
They're ready to get milked out. Yep, they're tired of carrying that around. They're ready for a milk out, and like I said, a snack and a nap, and the exhibitors are probably getting there too.
Yes, I'd say they've all been out here doing a fine job showing these animals today, and they are definitely probably ready for their snack and nap too. And once we get down here, we'll move into the meat goat show. So
yep. So stick around. We've got more to come.
We've got more to come, more excitement.
Has the memory system correctness that I'm looking for, the smoothness of those attachments, the height and width up into that rear udder, and that's going to be this 2-year-old newbie go directly in front of me. She's going to be the great champion today.
So our 2-year-old Nubian doe, shown by Allison Badel, is our grand champion senior doe. So congratulations to Allison for grand champion senior doe.
More plume to that udder, more height width up into that rear udder attachment. I think that's come with multiple freshness in the age of this doe. We're going to go up to the top of the line to our age doe in the Nubian division, which is going to be reserve.
And our reserve is our 3 to 5-year-old Nubian doe.
Very nice animals.
Exhibited by Allison Badel as well. So congratulations on the reserve and, on the grand champion and reserve champion Nubians. Very nice animals, well deserving of those honors, and congratulations to all the exhibitors in our senior doe show. We have group classes. If you're not familiar with the group classes in goats, we have group classes basing on sires, dams. The first group class we have is a ghetto sire, which means we have 3 does that are out of the same buck. They have the same sire. They can be different ages. We have 1 entry in that class, which is Allison Badel. She has 3 does from the same sire, from the same buck, that she is going to exhibit as a class exhibit.
And those 3 does can be from different dams.
Right.
They just have to be the same sire.
Right. They can have different mothers, but they have the same father, the same buck. It's kind of it helps to show a continuation of the characteristics that they're breeding for. Bucks bring into your animals udder sizes, as well as a lot of other characteristics. So you're looking at similarities. Oh, apparently that was scratch. I'm sorry, Allison's must have been scratched.
Yes.
What we have out here now is the produce of dam. So these are 2 does with the same mother. They most likely have, they could have the same father, but most of the time you want to have them with separate fathers, so you can see what the dam contributes to that line. So Reed Whipple has a produce of dam. These are 2 does with the same mother. Out here in the ring, he has a single entry. So they are very nice does. You can see they have a lot of similarities they get from their mother.
Our produce of dam class and our produce of dam, what we're looking for is consistency in our offspring to see that the dam that we're using is producing those consistent offspring with those positive traits that we like to see. I think we definitely see that in this pair. We have 2 does that are really smoothly blending on that side profile, like the overall length of body they have. They're really sharp, opening and angular does. A really nice representation to win this class today.
So Reed has first place produce of dam with his 2 does. Our next class is mother and daughter. So we have a milking doe with her daughter. Her daughter can be any age. And what we're looking for here is similarities between the mother and the daughter, and maybe a little bit of improvement in the daughter in certain areas, but you're looking for the similarities that mother has carrying down to her female offspring. We have 4 entries. We have Madeline Badel, Logan Badel, which I'm sure those will be Nubians.
Yep, looks like we're all probably, we got Nubians, and then we'll have some Nigerians maybe.
I think this is our ghetto sire. We had us out of line.
Yep.
Sorry about that, folks. This is our ghetto sire. These are 3 does with the same father out of the same buck. 3 nice little Nubian does, very pretty. And again, the judge is going to look for the similarities in them. They have different mothers, but they've come out of the same sire. And she's going to be looking for the continuation of those positive characteristics. So this is Allison Badel. She has a single entry. 3 nice little Nubian does out here from the same sire, from the same buck. And she will give us, she'll be looking at the similarities in those nice little does.
This is our ghetto sire class, and in ghetto sire, again, what we're looking for is consistency in that offspring based on the sire that we're using, that he's passing down those positive traits that we want to see in our offspring. I think we definitely see that in this trio. We have 3 does that are really long bodied. They have a really long bone pattern. I really like the length and extension they have over the neck. They blend really smoothly throughout on that profile.
So these group classes kind of show the consistency in a breeding program. How well you're breeding your animals and that they can carry over good statistics. So Allison again had the ghetto sire. Our next class is mother-daughter. Again, this is a milking doe with her daughter, whatever age daughter that is. And again, you're going to be looking for similarities between the positive similarities between the mother and the daughter. We have Madeline Badel and Logan Badel. Again, I'm sure those will be Nubians. And then we have Riley Hash and Allison Badel. Riley will have most likely Nigerians.
Yes.
And the 3 Badel participants will have Nubians. So you're looking at the similarities between the mother and the daughter, the positive things that the mother is passing down to her daughters.
And you can see that right there. Looks like the grand champion.
Yeah, we got
reserve
exactly.
Grand
We've got
champion.
the first 2 in the ring, or the grand and reserve grand. No, not the
Yep.
the grand and reserve grand. So you've got a mother that was the reserve and a daughter that was grand. So obviously you've passed along some really good characteristics from the mother to that daughter. You've improved a little bit out of the choice of the buck, and that's the kind of consistency you want in a breeding program. You want your mothers and your daughters to be to have a lot of consistency, and those does do. They've got a lot of similarities. They're very consistent, and when you've got the top 2 out of your classes, that's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Pretty good grouping right there.
all very nice looking animals
Yes,
out there.
they are. Nice. Got 3 groupings of Nubians and a Nigerian dwarf grouping. They're all nice quality animals. Well taken care of, well shown by their handlers. So she is placing them now. She's placing these groupings now. And our first place group is going to be the mother-daughter pair. That was our champion and reserve champion. Be kind of hard to beat that, wouldn't it, Scott?
Yeah, you're not going to beat that today. I'm sorry,
Nope.
but that's pretty tough.
Yep. You've got the top 2 out of your show that are mother-daughter. That's
Yes.
a pretty easy placing there. So congratulations
Allison.
to Allison on those very nice
Allison
animal.
Badel.
Yep. Allison Badel. Congratulations on those reserve champion in that first place mother-daughter pair. Very well deserving.
Yes, and they put a lot of work into them. They're very heart and soul into
Yep.
it.
Yep.
That come in next. We talked about in the mother, we would want to strengthen up her mammary system, give it a little bit more support for smoothness and strengthen those attachments today. And we definitely see that in the daughter. So we can see that kind of improvement. So that reason they're going to be Thursday. And then not to take anything away from our fourth place. So these are kudos.
So we're going to get ready here now that we're done with our dairy goat group classes. We are getting ready for dairy wethers. A wether is a neutered male goat or sheep. In this case, goat. Not every male goat that's born, every buck kid born is desirable for breeding or needed for breeding. You don't really need a whole lot of bucks to breed your does. So bucks that maybe don't meet that breeder's criteria for being a breeding buck are then neutered and they become a market animal. So we have the dairy wethers. Dairy wethers are shown separate from the boar wethers simply because, again, you have a different build to these animals. They're not as bulky, they're not as meaty, so you don't want to kind of give them an unfair advantage having to compete against a complete meat breed. So we have the dairy wether class. So these kids are coming out with their dairy wethers. They are classified, they are grouped according to their weight classes. And then from there, they will go on to compete for overall wether after the meat classes. So first class is 35 to 44 pound dairy wethers. Again, these are dairy breeds, dairy bucks that were neutered. They were not wanted to be desirable enough for a breeding program, so they will be going into the market. And we have Kinsey Froling, Tatum Froling, Adeline Froling, Rylan Badel, Mason Kuntz, and Tatum Froling. These are 35 to 44 pound wethers. What she's going to be looking for is muscling. Because they're not breeding animals, we don't care about the breed characteristics. We want muscling because they are going to be market animals. So how well have they been fed? How well have they been conditioned? These are a little small for the ideal market. Ideal market for goats is around 55 to 60 pounds. But still, you can get an idea on how these animals are progressing, if they'll be good for the market. So we're looking at those today. 35 to 44 pounds, dairy wether class. She's going to be looking at the muscling, how well they're filling out to be a market animal. So she's starting to pull them out of the line here. Again, because these are not breeding animals, the breed characteristics aren't important. We're looking at muscling, the ability to carry weight to market weight, and their conditioning. So sometimes it may not be the biggest animal that's the first place. It depends on what they're doing. Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
Do you want a sandwich?
Well, if you got one, yeah.
What kind do you want?
Well, you got
It's our
ham,
first
ham
class of
fun. If
dairy
you got a
weathers.
ham
We're going to
sandwich
start off
or
with
bologna,
the
whatever.
Nubian type weather.
Good
Weather
job
that
out
just
there
has the
today.
expansion overall with the body. He's wider in that shoulder across the top of that loin. He's also carrying more muscling up into that loin, back into that hip to your leg today, compared to the weather behind you. The alpine type weather that comes in next is one that you really like on the site profile. He's long body, really level trot, structurally sound. When you put your hands on, doesn't quite have the overall muscling and coverage that we see in that Nubian weather. Don't move him up in the lineup. Third place weather that comes in next is again one that's a little bit longer body, and we like that about him. But when we get on top of it, we just don't have the overall muscle coverage, the depth in that loin, the muscling in that hip and that rear leg to be able to move ahead in this lineup. And the three weathers that kind of round out this class.
So our first place in this class, this is again was the 35 to 44 pound dairy weather class. The first place goes to Mason Kuntz. And we'll see here who our second place is. First place goes to Mason Kuntz in this class.
Class 1 dairy weathers, first place goes to Mason Kuntz. Second, Adeline Froling. Third,
Adeline Froling had second place in that class. So congratulations to Mason and Adeline. Next up is our 45 to 50 pound dairy weathers. We have two in this class. We have Hensley Badel and Levi Nobby. Again, we're not looking at breed characteristics. We're looking at muscling on these animals because these are market animals, not breeding animals. Levi has a Nubian. Looks like Hensley has an Alpine or an Alpine type. So we'll see which one of these two the judge feels is the best representation of the market animal for this weight class.
Looks like Levi Nobby is first place and Hensley Badel is second place in the 45 to 50 pound weight class. Moving on to class 3 is the 50 to 55 pound weight class, and it looks like we have 5 entries in it.
Now ready for class 3, which are 50 to 55 pound weathers. Class 3, 50 to 55
Landon Badel, Allison Badel, Levi Nobby, Mason Kuntz, and Logan Badel.
Just a reminder that over by the top of the area, they are having a sign-up for the old timer showmanship.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you need a water?
I've got one.
$5
Just take it. You might need one later.
$10 for them to get out of it. So far, we have Alex Dillon, Charlie Kramer, and Landon Malone signed up. So this is the old timer showmanship class, and they are here and will be in the show. Sign one up, $5. Over by the top of the area.
The judge is making her selections now.
reminder for all the weather today when you do the auction. Immediately following the show, we'll need to get your pictures taken. So you'll need to go to the top of the area and have pictures taken for the auction. That's immediately following the selection of these weather classes. Thank you.
These class of dairy weather, we're going to start off with the young man spread. Nubian type weather, or weather that just really has the advantage with the body today, especially in that chest floor, up into that breast skin. He's got more natural muscling up into that breast skin neck area, and also in that shoulder blade today compared to the other animals behind him. Maybe not the longest body weather in the class, but
Like
for
we've
that
got
overall width
Levi
of the
Nobby
weather,
first,
he's going to win the class today.
Logan Badel
He's
second,
probably the longest body, longest blade
Mason
animal in the
Coombs
class
third,
today. When you get on top of both
Landon
these,
Badel
the overall
fourth,
width
and
to
Allison
that first place
Badel
weather,
fifth.
that's really why I'm coming in for the overall
Class
natural
3.
body and length of one that he has. The black albino type weather that comes in next is what that is really
She is currently placing Class 3 of our dairy weathers, the 50 to 55 pound weathers. First place is Levi Nobby. Second place is Logan Badel. So these were our 50 to 55 pound dairy weathers. Right now in the ring we have Class 4 dairy weathers. We have 3 entries: Macy Leak, Kennedy Sundel, and Caitlin Badel. These are 56 to 60 pound. This is about prime, getting close to prime weight for market. Most market goats buyers want between 55 to 60, maybe 65 pounds. So these are getting to be the animals that are going to be getting close for market. So again, she's looking at the muscling on these animals. So our Macy Leak was the winner of that class. Kennedy Sundel second. Macy Leak and Kennedy Sundel. We now have Class 5 of our dairy weathers, 61 to 65 pounds. We have Evan Coors, Braley Sundel, Jason Poe, Cassidy Coomer, and Madeline Badel. These are 61 to 65 pound dairy weathers.
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best basis in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-5175 or visit our website, gemstone.ag, to see current cash bids.
She's placing these wethers here. We had several wethers in this class that she's looking at, muscling on, getting them placed. Again, these animals are destined for the market. They are not breed. So she's looking at the muscling on these animals to see how appropriate they are for market. So our first place wether in that class was Evan Coors, and second was exhibited by Braley Sundell. So congratulations to those two young people. We are getting ready for our next class. Class 6, these are 66 to 70 pounds dairy wethers. We have 2 entries, Cassidy Coomer and Josie Hartman. So our first place in the class is Cassidy Coomer. Cassidy Coomer is our first place. Josie Hartman second place in that class. Class 7 is our 71 to 75 pound wethers. We have 4 entries in this class: Madeline Badel, Reed Whipple, Jason Pohl, and Tanner Coors. So Scott, tell us the challenge of putting weight on a dairy wether.
That is a tough challenge because they're more built for the dairy for milking, and with these weathers, you have to really manage their feed and walking them and get the muscle built. That it takes a lot of exercise. So it is definitely a challenge on these dairy animals. When you get into the meat side, the boar goats, they're more bred for that, so
Right.
they muscle up a lot quicker and better. But it is definitely a challenge to get the weight on them.
And I think you kind of hit on that. You don't want just weight, you want muscle.
Yes,
So you don't want them to be fat.
Yes, it's all conditioning, and then you have to a lot of rationing the feed, and they have a lot of feeds out there now that you can buy that are designed to help put muscle on, but you still got to exercise, and that's a lot of work. And then when you breed them, a lot of that'll carry into some of that, but with the dairy, it's definitely a lot of exercise, I think, get the muscle up.
Yeah, because you want muscle and not fat, and if all you do is feed them, it goes to fat pretty easy.
Yes,
kind
yes.
Of like us. If we sit
Yes.
around and eat, we get a lot
Yes.
of fat instead of muscle buildup.
Definitely, yes, and they're the same way. They got to have that exercise, and it takes a lot of work to get it on them.
Yep, it does. So she's placed her class of these weathers. Looks like our first place is Reed Whipple. Again, she's looking at muscling and make sure there's not a lot of fat on these animals. And where the muscling is, that's in a desirable area for market. So our first place in this class looks to be Reed Whipple.
There's another one of them goats that's got an attitude today.
Yeah, it's getting to be the time of day that if they came out to showmanship, they're really pretty much over.
Yes,
One ring
yes.
around ring. But the
exhibitor's doing a very good job of controlling it and having a good time with it. So
yep, that's all you can do.
and I know with like the Swiss breeds, the Alpines, they're real hard to get the weight on them.
Yeah, they are. They can be, and it can be a challenge. But like you said, it's a lot of your feed program and how you manage that animal.
Yes.
So first place in that class was Reed Whipple. Second was Tanner Coors. We have one entry in our Class 8, which is 76 to 80 pounds. That's Reed Whipple. So Reed will bring his weather out, and she'll talk to him about that. And then all the winners of these classes will come back out for our champion dairy weather. And that's going to be a lot of how they are muscled, how they're properly filled out, and a lot of that's all real management.
Yes, it is. It's a lot of management in the meat side of it to get the weight on them in the right places. There's too much feed, no exercise. Like you said, it just goes to fat, and then you can have the weight but nothing productive.
Class 8, first place goes to Reed Whipple. We're now ready for Class 9, which is our last dairy weather class.
So Reed Whipple was the sole entry in that class. Our next class, our last class of dairy weathers is Class 9, 81 to 90 pounds. And we have a single entry in Josie Hartman. So once she is done talking to Josie about her weather, the first place weathers will all come back out. And she will pick a grand champion and a reserve grand champion dairy weather.
And Josie Hartman, a single entry in this class. Very nice looking animal.
So all of our first and second place dairy wethers are coming back out for Hannah to choose the grand champion dairy wether and reserve grand champion dairy wether. Again, these animals are not bred. They're not built to carry a lot of muscle, so it's a lot of management on the parts of these young people and their parents to put that weight on and appropriately. But as we said earlier, not every buck is a buck you want to keep or need to keep for breeding purposes. And there is a market for goats as market animals. That is something that's an income for the breeders. So you kind of have to do a lot more management with them, but it is doable. And these young people have done pretty good. These are all nice, really nice looking wethers out here. There's none that are obese. There's none that are skinny. Regardless of their weight classes, they have done an excellent job with these dairy wethers. They're all very nice looking. A lot of Nubians.
A lot of Nubians,
few Alpines and a couple sables out there, but they have done an excellent job of putting muscling on these animals and making them ready for market that they can put on the auction. You know, a lot of these kids are going to put these animals in the auction next week. That helps them fund their future 4-H projects.
Yes.
And then they go into the market to be sold at market, which is an additional income. And this is just part of having animals. Not every animal you raise is a breeding animal, and you have that income for your livestock production, which is an important part of livestock production.
Yes, and a lot of kids will use that money to put back into their project for next year.
Right. Now they put that into their project for next year, or they save it for college or whatever. And so our auction, we certainly appreciate all of our auction bidders, a lot of our companies and corporations and individuals in this county who support our county auction. These kids, use that money for their next year's projects, and it is a reward for them to be able to job well done.
Yes, and we can't thank the buyers and the companies and banks and all that come out to help support the auction with that, because without them the kids would have to look elsewhere for the income to support these animals and their lifestyles here with these livestock. So it is a very important part of the program.
Yeah, it's part of our rural heritage, and we want to preserve that as much as we can.
Yes.
Our rural heritage in this county, and we have a lot of families that are involved in livestock production of all sorts, from cattle and swine and sheep and goats to poultry and rabbits, and so we appreciate our auction buyers a great deal. So she is looking over these first place animals, making her choice for the grand champion dairy wether, and lots of times that helps a little bit of a boost on the auction. When you've got a champion you're putting out there in the auction, that lots of times will help boost your auction price. So these kids are wanting that for bragging reasons, but also for other purposes. So they had a lot of nice looking wethers out here. Like I said, I think it's a testament to all of them for how well they've done.
Yes.
There's a lot of, it would be hard for me to pick a wether out of there that I would want. They're all nice looking wethers.
Yes, they are, and it's just with the breeds and the dairy, it has definitely been a work for these kids to get them to where they're at. So they have done an awesome job.
Yep. So she's made her choice.
Here around across all our dairy weather exhibitors. We got a really nice lineup out here today. We got a lot of consistency throughout this lineup. I think we have a lot of really heavy muscle wethers. They're wide base. They have the length of body, the structural soundness. I think every class we have Nubian as our class winner, and that's just kind of when you're in that dairy weather division. You're looking at those breeds. The Nubians are just kind of naturally the more muscle animals. So didn't do that on purpose for any reason. Sometimes it's just kind of how it plays out today when you're evaluating these dairy weathers. When I get my hands on these guys and look up and down the ring, I'm looking for a weather that took these guys to market today. They're going to give us the best carcass quality. And I think there's one weather that's just really nice to the top for me today, especially when I get my hands on it. He's really structurally sound. He gives you that nice profile look on that side profile, kind of catches your attention. But then when you get your hands on him, he's super wide base. He carries that width from the shoulder across the top of that loin into that hip and that rear leg. He's got the width in the chest for him. He's got the natural muscle ground. Just definitely the most complete balanced weather in the lineup. That's going to be these young men's Black Nubian weather second from the end.
So our Black Nubian weather shown by Reed Whipple. That was our Class 8 winner. 76 to 80 pounds is our champion dairy weather. So congratulations to Reed on that.
Our reserve breed champion, I think it gets a little bit closer. I think we have some weathers that are in different stages of development. I think we have some that are a little bit closer to finish than others. For me today, I'm going to use a weather that I think was closely calls my champion. Another one that's got a lot of width of body, a lot of coverage throughout, muscling back into that hip and rear leg. That's going to be the lighter tan weather that was directly behind our champion today.
So the second, our reserve,
I'm not sure whose that one is.
I'm not sure either. We'll have to see here who we announce. The grand champion was Reed Whipple. Reed had both of those, so he had the champion and the reserve champion dairy weather. Congratulations to Reed Whipple.
Yes, very good job.
He's obviously done well with his management program, putting appropriate weight on those Nubians, which is not always easy, like we said, with dairy weather, so congratulations to him. We are now going directly into our meat show. First up is our meat showmanship. This is grades 3 to 5 and our beginners. Again, these are young people who have completed grades 3, 5, and 6 in school. They are showing their meat goats. Again, meat goats are shown differently than dairy goats. There's a different way to show them, a different way to set them up, different scorecard information. So these young people have mastered that or are working on that. And so we are into our meat showmanship. Our beginning showmanship class consists of Ava Jolie Hackman, Madeline Caudell, Rylan Badel, Hensley Badel, Reed Whipple, Eli Biller, Case Haining, Emery Morris, Nolan Clark, Xander Dillon, Baylor Brusaw, Carolyn Thomas, Ava Doig, Brooklyn Robbins, Caroline Schutte, Jason Poe, and Audrey Siebert. So we have a big class of beginners out here. That's great.
That is, and that's going to make it real tough on the judge to pick through those and find a couple of good ones.
Yep, she's going to work through this. So we've got a nice class out here of meat goats, probably a mix of wethers and does. I'm going to say probably the biggest selection of them are wethers, but there might be some does out here. Again, meat animals are shown differently than dairy. That's why we have division of showmanship, presentation, the style of showing is different. These kids are not in white. They usually wear Western wear. That just kind of, again, is for the breeds, for the type of classifications they are. So we have a nice group out here for beginning showmanship with our meat show today.
All fair, all the time. Powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE 1330 AM, 104.3 FM, and WTREcommunity.com, your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
So just like in our dairy showmanship class, these animals have been prepped, been clipped, washed, brushed out. The judge will look at how they're finished, how they're presented, how knowledgeable the showmen are, how the showmen present themselves, and how they present their animals. So she's got a nice size class here to work with. And as you can see, the market animals, depending on if they're full-blooded boar, if they're commercial, our full-blooded boars are usually the red and white, and variations. And then when you get some little crosses in there, you may have solid white, you may have black and white, you may have black. Again, it kind of depends on genetics. But most of these animals out here, we do have a pygmy, a couple pygmies out here, which pygmies are classified as a meat goat, kind of like the Nigerian dwarfs being smaller or a dairy. Pygmies are classified as a meat breed. So we have a couple pygmies out here, but most of the rest of these are boar or boar crosses. The boar goats are bred specifically for meat. They are designed for meat, and that's what they are for, is for the market, the meat market. So
yeah, and then just go back to the dairy wethers we were talking about earlier. These meat goats are designed for putting the meat on quick, and it doesn't take as much for them to grow.
Yeah, so they will be finished probably earlier of an age, but again, you've got to manage well so you don't get fat.
Yes.
Personal experience, the boar goats can get pretty fat pretty quick, so your management's really important. That they don't get overly fat for the market, because you want them at a prime weight with a lot of muscling on them and not very much fat. So that'll come in our weather classes down the line, but they are a much heftier looking animal than our dairies were a little earlier this morning. And again, you'll notice that the handlers show these a little differently. Our dairy does this morning were presented to look very feminine, to elongate that neck and show their femininity and their dairy character. The meat goats, you're showing how solid they are, how muscled they are, how sturdy, so to speak, they are. So they are showed differently. They are presented differently. And that is very important for these showmen to know how to do that properly. But they're still expected to pay attention to the judge and present them to the best of their abilities.
For a comparison, for those that aren't familiar with the goats, is the boar goats are like a beef cattle, and then the dairy goats are like the dairy cattle. That's kind of the difference.
Right, yeah, it'd be kind of like comparing a Holstein to an Angus.
Yes.
Big difference, and that's, like Scott said, the same thing with these goats. You have your dairies that are bred for milk. You have these animals that are bred to produce meat. And the market for goat meat has increased significantly over the last 15 to 20 years, to where there is a good market for them. And so this is a viable livestock endeavor for a breeder. And it's not a secondary with the dairy. The dairy wethers are kind of a secondary market. But with these animals, the primary goal is to raise meat animals to put meat in the marketplace. She's got a pretty big class out here. She's trying to get them lined up. "17, I believe, young people out here. So she's filled up the ring, and so she's going to have her work cut out for her to go through and pick out a winner and make sure that everybody's treated with the equal opportunity to present their animal and their knowledge to her. Have some faces that are familiar. Some of these kids also showed in the dairy program this morning, so they're showing in both ends of the goat show, and so they're probably getting tired too. They've already been out here working, and now they're back out working the second show.
Yeah, some of these kids have been out and run the dairy show, and now they're running the meat show too. So there's going to be some tired campers when the day's up.
Yeah, they're going to be ready for snack and naps, that's for sure.
You want lunch?
We got it.
I'm good.
Thanks. So yeah, the showmen are, like I said, we have several showmen here in the meat program that were already through the dairy program this morning. So their families have chosen to raise both ends of the goat business, and that's good. That gives you a wider variety of possibilities of income and return on your investments with these animals, and gives the kids lots of opportunities for how they want to look at their futures as well. So, large class of beginners here. Again, these are young people who have completed grades 3, 4, and 5. So they're in the beginning of their 4-H careers, first year, second year, or third year, depending on when they started. So they're the future of our program and the future of this industry. And just as in the dairy showmanship, the winner will have the option to move up, and we'll go through the different classes until we get to our expert. And the winner of our expert will represent the meat goat project at the Tom Swain round robin showmanship next week, which is the finale of our fair. If you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. This is the first day of the 2024 Decatur County 4-H Fair. My name is Bonnie Robbins. I'm joined by Scott Moffitt. We are bringing to you the goat show today. We both had kids go through the 4-H goat show program here in Decatur County, and we're happy to be here to help promote the goat project. These kids put a lot of work in and deserve all the attention and recognition as the other livestock breeds. So we're happy to be here to do this. If you're coming out to the fair, enjoy the rides, enjoy the food, but please make sure you spend a little bit of time looking at the 4-H exhibits in the exhibit buildings as well as the livestock barns. These kids work hard all year long to get ready for this 1 week. A lot of kids, they'll show today and they may be done the rest of the week, but they'll be here taking care of their animals the rest of the week. And if you see them, tell them congratulations, because regardless of whether they win or not, they've put in a lot of time and they deserve that pat on the back. So we hope you will take time to acknowledge the 4-H program in our county. We're proud of it. We're proud of being a rural community, and we're hoping to stay that way.
You said a lot right there.
It's
a good rural community, and everybody helps everybody pretty much in the barns. And
so you guys have a really big junior showmanship group that's going to be feeding into your program and growing up the meat goat program.
So she's already gone through and made her decisions here.
For your senior meat showman, I'm looking for somebody that kind of has that intensity as we go throughout the class. You know, in your showmanship, we want to be a little bit more relaxed, slow-paced, kind of glide through the ring with our animals. When we get into the meat goats, we get a little bit more intensity in that showmanship and those showmanship skills. Somebody that gets their animal set up, gets out of the way, is always aware of where I am in the ring, is showing off that animal to the best of their ability wherever I am in the ring. So if I'm in front of the animal, you know, they're backing off and showing me that front view of the animal. From on the side, they're making sure that side profile looks really nice. Then they're behind that animal, they're making sure that animal's rear is set up. If they have a market animal, they're keeping it on the brakes. So those are kind of things I'm looking for in this division. I think there's one exhibitor that kind of came out of the gate with that intensity that I was looking for, got that animal set up, was always aware of where I was, made sure I had the best view of that animal at all times. That's going to be the same lady at the front of the line. She's going to be your champion today. Got a little bit closer when we go to pick our reserve. I think there's two exhibitors that kind of came to the top of me when I went to look for reserve. I think there's one exhibitor that gets those feet set more precisely than the other, keeps their animal a little bit more straighter in line. I think there's another exhibitor that works really hard with that eye contact, maybe a little bit more than the other. For me today, I'm going to use the exhibitor that I think just got that feet placement a little bit more precise. They got their body part right when I asked them the body part of the animal. That's going to be the same lady in the pink with the Bordeaux. She's going to be your reserve.
So she has made her selections. We'll get the names here for you for our first and second place beginner meat showmanship. The winner will have the option to move into the intermediate class at her discretion. Nice class of beginner showmanship. Congratulations
Yes.
to all of them. And we love.
Class, first place goes to Ava Doy. Congratulations. And second, Caroline Thomas. Congratulations to all of us.
So our first place winner was Ava Jolie Hackman. Nope. I'm sorry. Ava Doig. Excuse me. Ava Doig was our champion beginner showmanship. Ava Doig. And our second place was Caroline Thomas. So congratulations to those young ladies. Like I said, having a nice big beginner class, that means the future of our project looks really good. So we love seeing that. So Ava will have the option, if she so chooses, to go into the intermediate class, and she has chosen to do so. She's back out here with her little weather. I'm going to be showing him with the intermediate kids. These intermediate young people have just completed grades 6, 7, and 8. We have Ava Doig, who came in from the beginner. We have Jenna Meyer, Ezekiel Dillon, Henry Schutte, and Nora Amberger. So we have 5, including Ava. Again, these other 4 that came in for intermediate have just completed grades 6, 7, and 8. And she's going to probably ask them a little harder questions and get a little bit more participation on them. It's a much smaller class, so she can maybe spend a little bit more time with them. But these are our intermediate meet showmen.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
So she's having the kids move their goats up here, making them work a little bit to see how she's going to place them. As Scott said earlier, we've got a nice group of people in the stands today, supporting the kids out in the ring. Lots of parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, friends. It's always important to show the kids they're appreciated. And
A lot of support there.
yep.
Got to have a good support group.
So again, if you come out to the fair this week, make sure you make time to check out the 4-H exhibits. When you do visit the animals, we ask you not to feed them because most of them would be pretty sick with whatever kind of fair food you might be tempted to give them. Give them a pat in the head, and they're usually pretty happy with that. Again, these are our meat goats. The meat goats are bred and built for meat. They are built to carry a lot of muscling. The does are bigger because their kids are going to be bigger, and they're going to have pass on that muscling to their offspring. So they are a little bit bigger than what you'll see with the dairy does, but they are just as equally important to the program. A good doe will not only have good-sized kids for you, but be able to nurse them and get a lot of weight on them to get them a good start towards that meat market. So you want a Bordeaux that's not just got her muscling, but has a good capacity to produce milk for her offspring as well. But they are built different than the dairies goats. But they are equally well cared for animals. Dairy goats will oftentimes, when they have offspring, have multiples, twins, triplets, or more. I think we've both had some that had more than 3.
Yep. Had quite a few. Had the quads, had 4.
Yeah.
Haven't never had a quint yet, but I've had a lot of
we
quads.
did. We had one Nubian that had 5 one
Wow.
time. Yeah. Yeah, so the dairy does, will oftentimes have multiples. The Bordeaux most often have singles or twins. We did have a Bordeaux this year that had triplets. Thankfully, she was a good milk producer. Those are just some of the management things you have to watch for when you have these animals, that they are able to produce the necessary milk for their offspring. If not, you step in and you help. And
Yep, there's been a lot of bottle feeding here
Yep.
and there. Yes, you have to supplement them sometimes to help them out.
Right. So she has placed her winners here. She's put them in her line. She will be pulling out her first and second places here in our intermediate showmanship.
They're very aware of where I am, making sure that animal is shown off to the best of their ability where I am. We're going to go back to our young lady that was our junior champion showman.
Oh, wow.
I'll get the name for our champion here, but our reserve champion was Ava Doig, who came out of the beginner class. Our first place winner in the intermediate is Ezekiel Dillon. Congratulations, Ezekiel. He will have the option to move up to the senior. But as I said, our second place was Ava Doig, who came up from the intermediate. So she knows her stuff. That's a good indication for the future. Getting ready for our senior showmanship. These are individuals, young people in senior high. 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders that are out here showing their market animals. We have Chloe Kramer, Arden Muckerhide, Isabella Taylor, Ariana Thomas, Maddie Broussal. Grace Nobby and Ezekiel Dillon is moving up from the intermediate. He's going to come up and compete in the senior class. And we'll see how they do. We've got some jumpers out here.
Yeah, there.
A few of them are wanting to jump around the ring, but that's okay. That sometimes sets the showman apart, how they handle that.
Yes, it does. Got a few of them pygmy goats out there now, too.
Yeah, we got a few pygmy goats out here, pygmy wethers out here, or pygmy does. Again, the pygmies are a meat breed, just like the Nigerians, even though they're smaller than the dairy, are a dairy breed. The pygmies are considered a meat breed, so they are being shown in the meat showmanship. They do have their own individual classes when it comes to being class shown, but for showmanship purposes, they are shown with the meat showmanship. So these individuals, just like with the senior dairy, these individuals are going to be expected to know a lot more about their animals, possibly about their scorecard, and be expected to have their animals much more presentable than the beginners.
All fair, all the time, powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE, your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Listen live at AM 1330, FM 104.3, or WTREcommunity.com. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
So if you're watching our live streaming, you're seeing what we talk about, some of them being a little jumpy. They kind of want to jump around the ring instead of walk, but that's okay. They're going where they're directed to go, and that's what matters. So, and if you are watching our streaming, you're seeing that these goats are set up much differently than our dairy goats were this morning. The dairy goats were presented to elongate that neck and that top line. These animals are shown to emphasize the meat, the muscularity of the animal. So they are set up differently. You see the kids racing them, whereas they would not have done that with the dairy goats. So when you get young people that show both dairy and meat, they have to remember which one they're showing. Sometimes they can get a little confused.
Yes, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of difference in the showing style.
So commend those individuals who show in both, because they're keeping it straight and remembering what to do and remembering their different scorecards, and that's a big feat sometimes. So once we get done with this, we'll have our expert showman, and again, the winner of this class will have the opportunity to go into the expert showmanship. The winner of our expert showmanship will represent the Meat Goat Project at the Tom Swain Round Robin next week. Again, that's a huge honor for those livestock exhibitors in our county. It's the 50th year for the Tom Swain. It hasn't been too many years that goats have been included, but we're thankful to the committee that they did allow goats in. And we are certainly proud of our dairy goat and meat goat youth who go on to represent the project in the Tom Swain. When we get into our age classes, since we really don't have different breeds, we have a purebred show and a commercial show. The commercial ones are ones that are maybe have got a little bit of a dairy in them or something, but they are shown again by age, very similar to how our dairy does were showed. And then the winners of the age groups will come in to be champion junior, and then again champion senior. And then we will have our meat weather class, which is usually a pretty good size classes. Like we said earlier, our goat program in Decatur County has grown quite a bit over the last 15 to 20 years, especially the meat portion of it. Goat industry is growing, just like it is in a lot of places. As Scott said earlier, they're a smaller animal. You don't quite need as much pasture, as much larger equipment. They're easier for younger people to handle most of the time. And it's just turned into a really growing industry, not just here in our county, but in quite a few places. But we are very pleased with how the goat project, dairy and meat, have grown in our county, just since the time our kids were involved.
Yes, it's not been that long for me, and yeah, it has definitely grown quite a bit.
And it just presents more opportunity for kids to and families to be in a livestock industry that maybe they wouldn't be able to be into otherwise with larger animals.
Yes,
It's
Definitely a lot less, like you said, pasture needed, and they don't eat as much, and you can handle them, and just definitely a good way to start out or make a living with it if you need be. So a lot of opportunities there.
Yep. So we have a lot of siblings showing today with each other, against each other, for each other. That's one of the really good things about 4-H is that it does become a family. Has become a family tradition. Like I say, you've got a lot of siblings. That we've had siblings in the dairy show this morning that were showing the same classes. We're going to see that this afternoon with our meat goats as well. Got 2 pygmies out here in this class of showmen. If you're watching online, you'll see they'll be fairly noticeable. They're smaller and darker. But again, they are classified as a meat breed, so that's why they are participating in the meat showmanship. They will show separately in the breed classes, age classes from the Boers, but they are considered one and the same for showmanship purposes. Again, our judge today is Hannah Gobe. Hannah is a young lady who's grown up here in Indiana, raised and still does alpines and boars, went through 10-year 4-H program in her county, is now sharing her expertise by judging 4-H shows, and we appreciate her being here today. So she has made her choices for senior showman in the class today. Our first place senior showmanship winner is Maddie Broussal. First place is Maddie Broussal. Second place, Arden Muckerhide. Maddie will have the opportunity to go into expert showmanship, which I'm sure she will. She is. She's walking out, and she will be competing against a sister.
There's more of that sibling.
That's right. Like I said, we get those siblings. It's a family tradition. So our expert showmanship, we have 3. Maddie, who just moved up from senior, Tinsley Broussal, and Reese Beaver. Reese is showing a pygmy. Maddie and Tinsley are showing boars. So we have a little bit of sibling rivalry here, but that's good. I'm sure they probably help each other out to learn everything they can off season. So we will see who comes out top here between Reese and Maddie and Tinsley. Again, these are expert showmen. Once you win and move into the expert class, you stay in the expert class throughout the 4-H career. And the winner today of the expert will represent the meat goat program in the Tom Swain round robin showmanship competition next week to end our fair.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest in tillage technology, check out the Terramax from Great Plains. Krone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well. Their service department comes to the field or can repair it in shop, and the parts department stands by to keep your operation rolling. Fraley Implement on US 52 in Rushville. Go to FraleyImplement.com for more.
So again, these three young people are in this class because they have in the past one senior. Maddie just won senior today and moved up, her sister Tinsley, and then Reese Beaver. So these are the top meat goat showmen in our county, competing for the privilege to not only be champion, but to show in our round robin championship next week. She is, as expected, spending more time with them, getting more information of them, seeing what they know, because as experts, they should know a lot about these animals and about the different aspects of their program. And so she is putting them through a few more paces, asking them lots more questions, and seeing how they handle their animals and present themselves and their animals to the best of the ability. So even though there's just three out here, it is a harder decision because they're all pretty much equal in their knowledge and abilities and how they've prepared themselves and their animals. So she's taking her time to make sure she picks the best of the best.
These three kids right here, they're all very good showmen.
Yes, they are. They know how to do it.
I've watched them grow up through this, and they're definitely tough competition.
Yep. And that's what you want to see when you get to this level. There's a lot of young showmen out there watching. They're standing around watching because this is where they want to be one day. They want to be in that class, and they want that opportunity to be the top showman. And so they're watching. They're learning from these three young people, and they're learning what judges want to look at. As the banner hangs in the barn, says, somewhere in the barn is a little kid that wants to be just like you someday. You owe it to them to be the best you can be. And the younger goat showmen are out here watching these experts and picking up tricks and looking up to them.
We have a lot of those kids in the barn, and the kids look up to too, and there's very good mentorship there.
Yeah, and in all the livestock projects, but Scott and I can speak personally from the goat show project. Our kids looked up to the other ones, and they got looked up to, and it's important to remember that the ones coming up behind you are watching you, and they want to be you someday. Like I said, these three out here are the best meat showmanship in our county, and the young people standing out here watching them want to be them someday. So they're learning. So she has made her decision. We will see which of these three young people will rise to the top.
All three of them definitely deserving to be out here. They've all done a really great job with their animals. Did kind of the same things we did in any other classes. It's a little difficult when you've got your boar goats out here with your pygmy goats, because showmanship-wise, they are a little different. The meat for the boar goats we talked about are a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more intense. The pygmy goats is kind of a combination between the slowness and the smoothness of the dairy goats, a little bit of intensity that we have in the meat goats. So trying to keep that in mind as we go throughout the class and look at these exhibitors with their respective animals as I'm going through this class today. I had them do some maneuvers, ask them what they liked and didn't like about their animals, ask them some body parts. I think that's where our champion in this division really started to surface themselves. Our champion was the exhibitor that when I asked them what they liked and didn't like about their animal, we're really able to go in depth and use that terminology about the structure of that animal, and tell me what they liked and didn't like and what they'd like to improve if they bred that animal in the future. So for that today, your champion expert showman is going to be this young man at the end of the line with the
Our expert showman, Reese Beaver. Congratulations, Reese. Reese will be representing the Meat Goat Project in the Tom Swain Championship next week. Congratulations to Reese. So our second place is Tinsley Broussard. Tinsley is our reserve champion expert. But again, congratulations to Reese. Bye-bye. Reese will be representing the Meat Goat Project next week at the Tom Swain Championship. So congratulations to Reese. Reese has been in the program for several years. Has some very nice looking pygmy goats. Does a really good job. So congratulations to Reese. We're going into our junior meat doe show. These are does, meat does. These are animals that are looked to be bred to produce future meat animals. So these animals are being selected by their exhibitors for their strength of quality and being breeding stock. And we are starting with the 3 to 6 month pygmy class. So we will be starting with the 3 to 6 month pygmy class. Again, these are pygmy does that are anywhere from 3 to 6 months old. They will be bringing them into the ring. Again, these animals have been selected by their exhibitors because they think they'll be good future mothers to increase their herds. Be good breeding stock to pass on the qualities they have to their offspring. So we're going to take just a couple minute break here, and then we will get into that.
All fair, all the time. Powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE 1330 AM, 104.3 FM, and WTREcommunity.com, your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
So I said we've got just a little break here. Give the judge a little break to stretch her legs and get something to eat or drink before we get into the meat show. These does coming up again are animals that the exhibitor hopes to breed in the future. We will start with younger ones and go on up then into the older does, just like we did with the dairy does. So kind of bear with us a few minutes while we have a little bit of a break here. We are happy to have you with us. If you're just tuning in, this is the first day of the 2024 Decatur County 4-H Fair. My name is Bonnie Robbins. I'm here with Scott Moffitt. We are pleased to present to you the goat show. We started this morning with the dairy goat show. We are now beginning to start the classes of our meat goats, which are pygmy, commercial, and boar goats. All of these are meat breed animals. The commercials are usually boar with a little bit of dairy in them somewhere along the line. So they're not full-blooded, but they're pretty high percentages, most of them. And they are being raised for the meat market. These breeding does are being selected by their young exhibitors and their families to improve their breeding programs. They put a lot of thought into this. These animals aren't just kept because they're cute. They usually have an end goal in mind with them. So, like I said, bear with us just a few minutes, giving the judge a little bit of time to stretch her legs and step away for just a few minutes, and we will continue with the dairy goat show. Again, if you come out to the Decatur County Fair, make sure you spend a little bit of time in the 4-H buildings. The buildings up at the top of the hill next to the Midway that showcase projects done by the 4-H as well as the livestock barns. I know people like to come to the livestock barns to see all the cute animals, but don't forget the other 4-H projects as well. All the 4-H kids spend a lot of time, not just 1 week out of the year, with these projects. We want them to feel acknowledged and seen and appreciated. And as Scott said earlier, we appreciate all the 4-H leaders, the extension office staff, those who spend time putting the shows together, getting judges, putting up pins, running 4-H clubs. It's all important.
A lot of behind the scenes stuff that don't get the appreciation or the acknowledgement that they do. But yes, the leaders and even the families, they all come out. 4-Hers come out and help set pins up, and it all takes an army to make it work.
Yeah, so moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas and aunts and uncles and everybody who encourages the 4-Hers. Because, as I said before, Scott and I both had kids go through the 4-H program. There's some days you got a lot of fire underneath them to get them to go. And if they didn't have their families doing that, they wouldn't have the success they're experiencing here today and through the other shows to come up. Again, this is just day one. We have other shows, livestock shows coming up this week. We have the sheep show, horse shows, swine, dairy cattle, beef cattle, rabbits. Lots of livestock opportunities to see how the judging is done. If you have a young person in your family who might be interested in showing livestock, this is one of the greatest opportunities to see if they'd like it. Bring them out to the livestock show. They can see what's expected of them, and they can know what's going on. They can see older kids doing it, and it helps them maybe make a decision on what they want to do in their 4-H careers as well. So, and the young people who are showing wethers, again, a wether in our case today for the goat show, a wether is a neutered male goat. Not all male goats, not all bucks born are desirable for a breeding program or needed. They go into the meat market. A lot of the kids showing wethers today will put their wethers on the auction next week. That gives them money for their future 4-H projects or for college or other things. And so we want to thank all of the 4-H buyers, present and past. Companies in our community, individuals in our community who come out to the auction and support the youth by buying their animals, they are a very big important part of this fair as well. These kids, use that money, like I said, for their future projects or for expenses on their projects. And the support of the 4-H auction buyers cannot be emphasized enough. They are very important to the success of the auction and overall success of 4-H in Decatur County. We are a big advocates, obviously, in 4-H of the rural community we have here in Decatur County. We're proud of our rural heritage. We look forward to forwarding that, to strengthening that, and 4-H is a big part of doing just that. So our judge has had a little chance to step away. She's going to be back in the ring here now. We have 2 animals in our pygmy 3 to 6 month old class. Reese Beaver is the exhibitor for both of these little does. So she's going to pick her favorite of the 2.
Nice looking little pygmies.
They are nice looking little pygmies, nice looking little does. Make some nice future mamas for him.
Yes.
Again, Reese was our expert meat showmanship winner. Will be representing the meat program next week in the Tom Swain. So Reese has already had a good start to his day. And he's got 2 nice little does out here to show off.
Really good stuff that Amy does really make the ring today. Starting off with a doe that has slight advantage in general appearance. She's a little more level across the top line, a little bit more what you see in the hog side of that connection today. She also has a little bit more depth of body and the heart curve back into that barrel. Not taking anything away from the second place doe. A doe that I appreciate how straight and strong she is in her feet and legs. Would like to see a little bit more depth of body, a little bit more strength across the top line, particularly in the area of the chine. We will move her up in this class.
So Reese had the 2 does in that class. They will be back out for junior champion, reserve champion. Our next class is 3 to 6 month Boer does. We have 3 participants in this class: Audrey Siebert, Gina Meyer, and Ava Jolie Hackman. These are 3 to 6 month old Boer does. Again, these are meat breed does that will be the future mothers for these young people's herds. They're being brought out to be judged by Hannah. Hannah is a experienced dairy breeder as well as boar breeder. So she will be looking these does over. These are 3 to 6 month old Boer does. So she has placed those classes. We will get to the winners here in just a second. Have those 3 Bordeaux's.
In Class 5, first place is second,
So in that Class 5, 3 to 6 month old boars, the first place was Ava Jolie Hackman, second was Jenna Meyer. We now have the 3 to 6 month old commercial does. These are does that are part boar with a little bit of something else mixed into them. And this is a single entry with Brooklyn Robbins. Again, it's a 3 to 6 month commercial doe. She is a single entry Brooklyn Robbins. Next up, we have 6 to 9 month boar does. We have a large class here. These are 6 to 9 month old boar does. Rylan Badel has 2 entries. Daniel Kolpinski, Benjamin Brower, Emery Morris, Arden Muckerhide with 2 entries. Ezekiel Dillon, Xander Dillon, Ariana Thomas, Caroline Thomas has 2 entries. Nora Amberger and Jason Poe. So we have a large class of 6 to 9 month old boar does. Again, these are meat breed does that are the future of their herds. These does are selected because they believe they will progress their herds, be good mothers. So we have a nice size class here. Again, these are all junior does, so none of these does have had freshenings. None of these does have kidded yet. Just like our junior dairy does this morning, they're not mothers yet. They will be, but these are our junior meat goat, a breeding age or breeding stock. And then in the ring right now is our 6 to 9 month boars. Have some really nice looking does out there.
Yes, they are. Very nice looking group.
You'll also notice that if you're looking on screen or online and you come out to the fair that the dairy does, the dairy goats don't have horns, but the boars do. And that's just kind of a preference. We personally, we raise both. We go ahead and disbud our boar does too because we don't like to mess with the horns. But for show purposes, if you're showing in open shows, they do like the horns on the boars. It is just a breed characteristic preference, a showing preference. But you will notice that most of these does and will have their horns intact. And so that's why they're kind of shown a little differently too, because they are leading them with leads lots of times instead of the collars like we show on our boars or our dairies this morning. You want to get up between those horns, but for full-blooded boars, the horns are preferred oftentimes to be left on, but it is a breeder preference. It doesn't discount you in a show, at least at the 4-H level, but that is why you will see that. It is just kind of a breed preference when these animals are shown. Ooh. So we got a nice little group of breeding does out here, boar does. These are all full-blooded boars. Reds and whites. Got a nice, almost solid red doe out here as well. But these are our full-blooded Bordeaux's. So she's starting to place these does. Like I said, it's a nice size class, lots of nice quality animals out here. Makes the judge work a little harder. So she's placing these does. We're getting down to the last, and she'll be giving them her reasons. And it's really important for the kids to listen to the reasons, because they kind of know then what to look for on their own. So these does you'll probably see year after year, especially if when they're bred and they produce well. The kids will show them for several years as they move up in their age classes. So we again want to commend all of our participants today, all the kids in the GOAT program. We have one 10-year member, Braley Sindel, and we have 21 first-year members in our GOAT project, which is just fantastic. They are Madeline Badel, Rylan Badel, Eli Biller, Baylor Brusall, Madeline Caudell, Aubrey Klontz, Adeline Froling, Kinsey Froling, Tatum Froling, Ava Jolie Hackman, Case Haining, Jenna Meyer, Emery Morris, Melissa Red, Harold Rennekamp, Audrey Siebert, Alea Stainbrook, Anaya Stainbrook, Carolyn Thomas, William White, and Nolan Clark. So those are our first year members in our project, which means we have a good project future ahead of us. So Hannah has placed this class and is giving her reasons. When a judge gives the reason, she's just telling you why the animal she's talking about is better than the animals behind her. That gives the exhibitor lots of things to think about in their breeding program, and what they might want to work on through breedings. especially if you're going to be showing. You want to know what a judge looks for and prefers.
One that's a little shorter maybe. She doesn't have that length and extension up into that side profile. She doesn't have a lot of width of body, and I do commend her for that. I just like to lengthen her out, and that might come with a little bit more growth or maturity. The apple doe that comes in next is one that's got a lot of substance and bone, really big footed doe, and another one that's shorter body, shorter made, not quite as extended up into that neck today, not showing us that femininity that we see in those four does ahead of her. Our fifth place doe that comes in next is a doe that I really appreciate how long and extended she is on that neck. She's a little bit shorter body as well, doesn't have the length in that loin. Do appreciate how structurally sound she is on her feet, legs, the depth of body that she has, just like to lengthen out that bone pattern to be able to lift her up. Our sixth place doe that comes in, another one that I like how big footed she is. I like the depth of body that she's showing us. I would like to clean her up in that front end, just really clean her up into that neck and brisket, make her a touch more feminine to move her up in this lineup. The does we have towards the end of the line are does that are just a little bit more naturally narrower made. They don't have the width in that chest or the width across the top. Maybe not quite as strong on the top line today, some of the does ahead of them, but a really nice class up for does from top to bottom.
Congratulations in this class. First place is Caroline Thomas. Second, Steve Dillon. Third, Ariana Thomas. Fourth,
So our first place in this class of 6 to 9-year-old boars was Caroline Thomas with one of her entries, and Ezekiel Dillon was second. So those are the 6 to 9 month boar does. They will be back to compete for junior market doe. Our next class is 6 to 9 months commercial. Again, these are does that are not full-blooded boar. They have a little bit of something else in them, usually a little bit of dairy. We have William White, Case Haining, Harold Rennekamp, and Grace Nobby in this class. These are 6 to 9 month old commercial does. And kind of like with the recorded grades in the dairy, you've bred something into them that maybe is bringing something to your program. I know we have a little bit of dairy in our boars because we like to think that helps the milk production for the mothers. They're a little bit more able to nurse the kids longer or with greater efficiency, but not necessarily. I mean, but lots of times it's just a breeding up program. And so these are commercial. They're not full-blooded boar. They have a little bit of something else in them. But they are equally important to a good meat program because when you're going to meat market, that pedigree doesn't really give you any more money.
Nope, it doesn't. Can't eat the paper.
Yep. So, but if you're looking to have a meat herd, which a lot of kids and a lot of people do, because again, that meat market is growing, your commercial does are just as important as your full-blooded. So these are commercial 6 to 9 month olds in this class. We've got a little black doe, and a couple some gray ones, and a white one. So it's showing a bit of their mixed heritage. So again, these are junior does that have not, they have never been bred. So they are the up and coming breeding stock in these programs. She has made her choices in this class. We'll get the winners' names here of these 6 to 9 month old. Our first place was Grace Nobby, and second is Harold Rennekamp. Those were the 6 to 9 month commercial does, Grace Nobby and Harold Rennekamp. Next up is our pygmy goats, 12 to 18 month old. Reese Beaver has 2 entries, and Chloe Kramer has an entry. These are 12 to 18 month old pygmy does. Nice little does here.
Yes, there is. What's that?
So,
Isabella Taylor.
we have 5 does out there. We've only got 3 on our list. We're trying to find out who the other 2 belong to. We want to give everybody proper credit. But again, these are 12 to 18 month old pygmy does. We know 1 is Chloe Kramer and 2 belong to Reese Beaver. So we're going to find out who the other 2 are so they get proper credit. Again, these are does that have never kidded. They are the future of the breeding programs. So we want to make sure everybody gets credit. They're working hard out here. The other two entries are Isabella Taylor. She has 2 entries. I apologize for that. So we have Reese Beaver with 2 entries, Isabella Taylor with 2 entries, and Chloe Kramer with 2 entries in this class. This is 12 to 18 month pygmies. She has them placed, and we'll get you the winners here. Looks like Reese is the winner with one of his entries. Again, that was Chloe Kramer, Reese Beaver, and Isabella Taylor. Isabella and Reese each had 2 entries. So the winner, first place of the 12 to 18 month pygmies, first place and second place both belong to Reese Beaver. Congratulations, Reese. We now have our 12 to 18 month Boer does. We have Madeline Caudell, Hensley Badel, Camille Deaton, Chloe Kramer, Ezekiel Dillon, Xander Dillon, Ariana Thomas, Nora Amberger, and Jason Poe. Again, these are 12 to 18 month old Boer does. These are getting to that age where next year they will probably be our milking or our bred does. These are some nice looking does coming in here.
Yes, there are.
Real nice looking Bordeaux.
They should be of breeding age this fall. And
yep.
Yes.
These will be our senior does most likely next year. Yeah.
Yep.
Lots of nice does out here. So these again are our 12 to 18 month old Bordeaux. These are the future. These are the ones that will most likely be bred this fall to kid in the spring to expand the herds of these exhibitors.
Homan Inc. is your agricultural, construction, and equipment experts. Homans are specialists in construction of all aspects of hog, beef, and dairy facilities. Their GSI grain storage and handling can facilitate from 100 to 1 million bushels, and they handle all types of livestock equipment from dryers, manure systems, augers, conveyors, fans, and more. Plus, they have a large inventory of service parts as well. Let the pros at Homan Inc. help design your next farm expansion. Homan Inc. in Milroy at 2131 State Road 244. Family owned since 1958. Phone 765-629-2470.
So we have a nice sized class of Bordeaux out here. We're waiting for one more, looks like, to get to the ring so she can start her assessment of these does.
Looks like we've got some different color. We got reds.
Yeah, we got some nice solid reds on here.
Reds and some mixed red and whites, and
yeah, that's the nice. The boars are, like you said, usually white and red, but we do get some nice solid reds or some out here. But all together, these are some really nice looking Bordeaux out here that are going to be good producing does for these young people.
Class 16 is like that. That is 18 to 24-month-old baby does, class 16, and class 17 is like that.
looks like she's moving through these pretty quick.
Yep, she's getting things done pretty fast here, so that's good.
And you can just tell between the dairy and these meat goats the size and the power in these does.
Yeah, when these Bordeaux get to be this age, you can start seeing that muscling and that broadness come out in them a lot more.
Length of body on them, they're just totally fully packed with meat on them.
Yep. This is also the age I found they can get a little fat.
Yeah. Yes.
It's kind of one of those things we talked about earlier. Like Scott said, you got to manage them so they don't get fat. And a fat doe sometimes is a little harder to breed, a little harder to have her offspring, so you want them in good condition, not over-conditioned. So it looks like she has her class placed here.
Yes.
Again, a nice variety of white and reds. Just kind of shows the variety of the possibilities within the Bordeaux. Again, the Bordeaux are kind of like the Nubians. They have the long ears and Roman noses. They're very distinctive oftentimes in their appearance.
Yes.
Our class of yearling Bordeaux. I think we have a lot of different types of does out here today. I'm going to start with, I think, just the most balanced doe in the class for me. Compared to the other animals in the lineup, this young man's doe. A doe that we hear hands on her. She's got a lot of width of body throughout. She's not the tallest doe. She's not the longest doe. But she does have the width of body. She's got the balance on that side profile, the femininity, the overall muscling throughout, structural sound today that's going to put her in first place. The doe that comes in next is one that I really like the length and extension up into that neck. Maybe not quite as impressive in that chest for us we see on that first place doe. Maybe not the natural muscling up into that neck and brisket, but you do really like her on that side profile. The red doe that comes in next is one that's maybe not quite as straight and strong across the top line compared to those top two does. Do like the overall height and stature that she's showing us today. Just like to widen her up, strengthen up that top line to be able to move her up. The red doe that comes in next is one that's a little bit shorter to the ground, a little bit shorter made. Doesn't quite have the width in the rear, the muscling into that hip and that rear leg to be able to move her up in the class. The young man's doe that's in the middle of the class today is a doe that's really fruity, really big bone, really wide base. Doesn't quite have the femininity up into that neck or the extension up into that neck or that smooth blending profile to be able to move her up in this class. The next red doe that comes in is another one you really like on the profile. You like how extended she is.
So as she gives her reasons, she's telling these young people what she likes to see in a doe so that they can make plans on what they might want to change in their breeding programs. For instance, she commented one doe wasn't very feminine. She didn't have really good blending. Even though these are bigger does, you still want them to look like does. So, you know, and lots of times judges will have different opinions. So our first place in that class belonged to Ezekiel Dillon, and second was Ariana Thomas. So congratulations to them. They'll be back for junior championship. But like I said, each judge kind of has different things they look for, but it's important to listen to the reasons the judge gives you. Why your doe or your animal probably hasn't placed as high, so if you want to make some changes in your breeding program, you know what to look for. That can be just as important as what your placing is in the show. We have up next now our 18 to 24-month-old pygmies. We have one entry, and that is Melissa Red. These are 18 to 24-month-old pygmy does. Melissa has a nice little doe out here. She is a single entry, so she will be back for the champion lineup as well. Again, Scott, because you raise pygmies too, you know, sometimes keeping weight off of them can be a bit of a challenge.
Yes, it can, because all of them, they like to eat.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't think you're giving them enough feed, but yeah, you kind of got to learn to ration it. But the pygmies, yeah, they can put it on pretty quick, and they're short and wide.
Yep. And so this doe, for being her age, is really nicely conditioned. She's not over-conditioned. She's in good condition to go into breeding season and produce some good offspring for Melissa. So our next class is 18 to 24-month-old boars. We have three. These are this 18 to 24-month-old. So these does definitely will be bred this fall, bringing in as milking or bred does next year. We have three entries. Ezekiel Dillon and Xander Dillon has two. So we have a little bit of sibling rivalry again here. I'm sure they help each other out a lot, but I'm sure when it comes to today, they're going to want one or the other.
That's right, yep. In the barn, everybody works together, but when you hit the ring, there's a little bit of competition.
That's right. So we have Ezekiel has one entry, and Xander has two in the 18 to 24-month-old Bordeaux class. And if you're wondering how they show two in a class, well, that's when they grab their friends and grab another 4-H'er to help them show. They are permitted to have two in a class. Another 4-H'er has to do the showing for them, so they do help each other out. It's part of the camaraderie of 4-H, part of the stuff we don't want to lose. Again, we have a good 4-H tradition in this county, and we certainly want to keep that strong.
There's three nice looking does too.
They're very nice looking, not over conditioned, great shape, beautiful, beautiful Bordeaux. I think anybody would be happy to have any one of those in their
Yes,
barn.
I do too. They are very nice looking.
So the Dillon family has done a very good job with their
Breeding program.
breeder
and,
program and
yes,
conditioning program. Those are, I don't think anybody would be ashamed to have one of those does go home with them.
No.
So that's going to make it a little harder for the judge.
Yes, judge is going to have to draw straws on this one. Do a lot of nitpicking.
So she's placed those 3 does. And the Dillon family, of course, will take home all 3. We'll see, I believe Xander had the first place one. We'll see here. So we're getting all the our bringing our pygmies out here. We picked the champion in our pygmy classes. Reserve and grand and reserve pygmy does. The pygmies are coming out here. They all look a lot alike. Little black does and white markings. All nice looking little does.
Yes. And they have wattles too.
Yeah, there's one of those in it. Yeah.
Yes.
So they're out here to be judged for champion, reserve champion pygmy does. Again, the pygmies are smaller than the boars, but they are considered a meat breed. Most pygmies are usually raised for companion animals. They're a nice little pet to have around.
This time they're selecting for the Grand Champion Junior Pygmy Doe and Reserve Grand Champion.
But they are considered a meat breed.
Starland for our Grand and Reserve Grand Pygmy Junior Doe. Looking at this line, I think there's 2 does that kind of come to the top pretty easy for me. They're really balanced on that side profile, not a lot of width of body, lots of width between the hocks. Depth of body, which I really like for their age, just really encompassing all those pygmy breed characteristics. That's going to be our 2 yearling does in the center during our first place will be our champion, and then our second place will be our reserve.
So our champion and reserve champion pygmy does go to Reese Beaver. Congratulations, Reese. 2 nice little does. It'll be good for his breeding program.
Yes.
So congratulations to Reese for the reserve and reserve grand champion pygmy does for Reese Beaver. Now we're going to get our Bordeaux in here. And we can selecting for our Bordeaux. Grand and reserve on those does as well. And then we will be going into our senior meat doe. These are again the older does that have kidded. And once we're done with that, we'll have a couple of group classes, and then we will be into the meat wethers. So, show's moving along. Our young people are doing great about being at the ringside when they need to be and being ready for the judge. I'm sure she appreciates that. So we've got some nice looking Bordeaux out here.
Yes, there are. Those are some of the finest around here.
Pretty does.
Got a dapple one coming in here
Yeah,
too.
little dapple. Yep, she's a cutie. One's a little vocal. She's not too happy about being out here.
Well, ready for that snack and nap.
Yep.
That's
Yep. Got a black one in the back there. So again, the boars can have some color variations. The majority of them are reds and whites. We get some dapples, we get some blacks, some solid reds. But the vast majority of your Bordeaux will be the red and white. Bordeaux originated from South Africa. They are made to be a meat breed. They have the longer ears, which helps with temperature control, like the Nubians do. It's kind of like the elephants. You know, African elephants have bigger ears than Asian elephants because it helps with heat control, and that's the way the Bordeaux and the Nubian does are. Their ears help with heat control. But the boars did originate in South Africa, been imported for meat purposes.
There's one though that I think just kind of comes to the top pretty easy for me. She's really balanced though on the profile. I really like that feminine head, that head and horn set that she has. She really blends smoothly throughout, has a good depth of body for her age, super strong on those feet and legs when you get your hands on her. She's got a lot of actual muscle across the top that's adequate for her age. That's going to be the template for the junior doe. Right in front of me, she's going to be your grand champion junior doe. It's a little bit closer when I go to pick my reserve. I think there's a doe out here that pretty closely follows my champion, and another one that's really big-footed, big tops when you put your hands on her, has lots of width overall throughout. That's going to be the second place doe, this dapple doe from that class. She's in your reserve today.
So I believe that's our 6 to 9 month class that had their champion in reserve.
yes.
So so that would mean that I believe Ezekiel had the champion and Caroline the second. We'll see here in a minute. Make sure I get those names right. But that was out of both the champion reserve came out of our 6 to 9 month Bordeaux class. So congratulations.
Our grand champion junior Bordeaux goes to Caroline Thomas.
Caroline Thomas has the grand champion junior Bordeaux. So congratulations to Caroline. Ezekiel Dillon had the reserve champion. Again, those were the first and second place ones out of our 6 to 9 month Bordeaux class. We now have the commercial does. Wait a minute. So we're now moving into the senior meat doe class. These are the does that have kidded. And first up is our 1 and under 2 year old boar, Grace Nobby. She is a single entry. This doe has kidded at least once at 1 year and under 2.
First place goes to Grace Nobby. We're now ready for class 23.
So Grace was a single entry, so our next class is 2 and under 3 year old Bordeaux. We have 4 entries: Xander Dillon, Ezekiel Dillon, Jason Poe, and Chloe Kramer. So these are 2 years and under 3 years Bordeaux. Again, these are does that have kidded, have freshened at least once, and are actually productive members raising offspring for these herds. So we have 4 entries in these 2 and under 3 year old boars.
That's a nice looking doe there.
Yes, she is. She's a nice big doe.
She's conditioned good for having kidded, and
Yep, she's not overweight. She's not under. Sometimes when they come off of weaning kids, they can get a little thin, but she's in good condition and nice doe there.
How many we got in this class?
Well, I think there was supposed to be 4. Here comes number 3.
3. Yeah.
We had down 4, so we'll see here. Yeah, I think looks like number 4 is coming around the corner. So again, we have in this class Xander Dillon, Ezekiel Dillon, Jason Poe, and Chloe Kramer. So they will be showing us their mature does. They all had junior does they showed us earlier. So
All fair, all the time, powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE 1330 AM, 104.3 FM, and WTREcommunity.com. Your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
So we have all 4 of them in the ring now. Let the judge make her choices. These are 2 and under 3-year-old Bordeaux. So they have at least 1 kidding under the belt.
That one doe just really stands out there.
Yeah,
Bonnie.
she does. She is
long, stretched, just put together real nice.
Yep, and she obviously got the judge's attention too.
Yes,
She moved the
yes.
first of the line. She is just a very well put together again, a doe I don't think anybody would be too ashamed to take home. She's very nice, very well conditioned, has obviously raised kids well. She's got just a, showing her udder there, just a little bit of the udder. And substantial body to carry those kids and be able to feed them.
Yes.
The 2 does that kind of run out this class are those that are a little bit shorter than the ground, a little bit more compact, don't quite have the length and extension or overall width that we see in those top 2 women that are in this class.
Class 23, first place goes to Xander Dillon. Second, Chloe Kramer.
So first place in that class was Xander Dillon. The second was Chloe Kramer. So they will be back for champion senior doe. We now have 3 and under 4 pygmy does. Reese Beaver has 2 entries. These are 3 and under 4 pygmy does that have had at least 1 or 2 kiddings. Pretty little does. We got a little gray and a little black. So again, these are 3 and under 4-year-old pygmy does. Reese Beaver has both entries in this class. These are does that have probably produced for him, and he's obviously happy with what they've done. He's kept them in his herd. So we'll see what the judge thinks. So Reese will be bringing these does back in for champion pygmy. Next up, we have 3 and under 4-year-old boars. Single entry in Ariana Thomas. So she will come in to be shown to the judge. Again, this is a doe that's fresh in a time or two most likely, so a single entry in this class of a 3 and under 4 boar, Ariana Thomas. This doe will come back in for champion senior boar doe. Nice big doe.
First place goes to Ariana Thomas. We're now ready for class 27.
Next up is a 3 and under 4 commercial doe, Lanny Ferris. I believe you know that young lady,
yes,
Scott.
I do.
Nice commercial doe here. Nubian cross with a boar, I'm going to assume.
Yes, ma'am. That's Vicky.
Very nice. She's a cutie. Pretty color. Again, this is what we sometimes do. We cross them to get good qualities from one to the other. This is a doe that's a Nubian cross with a boar. Looks like she produces plenty of milk for her babies.
Yes.
Puts a little bit of meat on them too, and does the job. Not every doe is the queen princess. So you want a good working doe, and this looks like she's a good working doe. Nice solid doe. Good job, Vicky.
Yes. I just like the length of her.
Yeah, she is. She's a nice long doe.
Yeah.
Nice long doe. Next class, Isabella Taylor, 4 and under 5-year-old pygmy. This will be our last pygmy doe class. Isabella Taylor. Nice little doe coming in here. She's not too sure she wants to walk. Oh, she's going to use the bathroom.
I'll take a break.
Nice little doe here. 4 and under 5-year-old pygmy.
Nice wide front end on assembly.
She is.
Yes.
So as soon as we're done with this one, we will have our champion and grand champion senior pygmy, senior boar, and senior commercial doe. And then we'll move into our boar group classes, pygmy group classes, and then our weather show. Again, our judge is Hannah Gobe. Hannah is a longtime dairy and boar breeder here in Indiana. She completed 4 years of 4-H in her county, sharing her expertise with the 4-Hers today. We certainly appreciate her being here and giving up her time to judge our show today. Okay, so we're now ready to pick our champions and reserve champions. First up will be champion and reserve champion senior pygmy doe. Isabella Taylor and Reese Beaver and a few other ones in here.
On a nice pygmy.
Nice pygmies, yep.
Pygmies out there, I tell you. They've got a good breeding program
yeah,
going.
Yeah, they do. They're well conditioned, not over conditioned, and nice little does. So Reese Beaver, one of his 2 and under 3. That's going to be 3 and under 4. Reese Beaver has the champion senior pygmy doe. And Isabella Taylor will take home the reserve grand champion. Congratulations to Reese and Isabella. Nice does.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Job well done. So we're now ready for our champion and reserve champion Bordeaux, senior Bordeaux. Get these does out here and get them in line up for the judge to inspect for our champion and reserve champion senior Bordeaux. So our champion senior doe goes to Ariana Thomas, and our reserve champion goes to Xander Dillon. So congratulations, Ariana and Xander. Nice does. I'm sure we'll be seeing them again next year. We have our commercial does out here now. We have 4 entries into our commercial does. A couple of junior does and our big, nice Vicky up here at the top.
She had triplets this year.
She had triplets? Well, God love her.
Yes, bless her heart.
Yeah, I would say she probably fed them well, didn't she? She looks like she produces well.
They are still nursing.
Yep, well, good for her.
She's ready to go home to
She's ready to go home, yep. Well, she's a nice. That's a quality doe that'll produce for you and be able to feed those babies.
Yes, she's done.
That's a money maker.
Yep.
So that's great. So we have Vicky at the top of the line. We've got a couple of junior does down here. This is for our overall champion and reserve champion commercial does. We didn't have a lot of entries for either one, so they've combined the two. So we will have a champion and reserve champion commercial doe.
That was the new class this year. So hopefully it'll grow and. And
so
I think you know that young lady, huh?
Yes, that would be our champion commercial doe is Brooklyn Robbins. So we're
looking forward to see that one back.
I am too. She's a nice little doe. She's only 6 months. She's not quite 6 months. We got another year before we breed her.
Okay.
And then our reserve champion. So congratulations. Grace Nobby has our reserve champion commercial doe. So congratulations to
Yes.
Brooklyn and Grace.
Yes.
So we are now ready for our group classes. So we have our boar group classes and a few pygmy group classes, and then we'll move into our weather class. So again, congratulations to the champions and reserve champions of our doe classes. So we are here with our get of sire. Again, these are 3 does from the same buck, from the same sire. Boar, get of sire, Chloe Kramer, Arden Muckerhide, Ezekiel Dillon. So again, these are does that have the same father, at least 3 of them, or they're 3 does with the same father. They can be the same mother, they can be separate mothers. The judge is going to look for similarities because we want to see what that buck is passing down to his daughters. So she will look for similarities in this grouping. So she has made her choices, and we'll get the...
Class 25, first place goes to Caroline Thomas. Second, Arden Muckerhide. Third, Chloe Kramer. And fourth, Steve Dillon.
So we had another entry in there. Caroline Thomas, her get of sire was first place, and Arden Muckerhide was second. So congratulations to Caroline and Arden on their get of sire classes. We now have produce of dam. These are 2 does out of the same 2 doe kids, or 2 does with the same mother, same dam. They can have the same or different fathers. It sometimes goes better if the sires are different. They can see the similarities passed down through the maternal line. We have Chloe Kramer, Ezekiel Dillon, Xander Dillon, Rylan Badel, and Ariana Thomas. These are produce of dams. 2 does with the same mother. They can be varying ages.
Sterling, Tatum Crowley, Fletcher Hash, Tanner Ford, Jenna Meyer, Harold Unicamp, Elena Stainbrook, and Taylor Taylor.
So again, we have, this is produce of dam, 2 does with the same mother. The judge is comparing them to see what maternal qualities are shared.
Those strengths that we want to see in our offspring. So today, we're going to start off with this apple pair. 2 does that really big footed does, heavy top when you put your hands on them, have a lot of depth across that loin. Within that chest floor, just some really nice consistent pair to start off with. Then we're going to go up here to our traditional does at the front of the line. Does, and again, we talked about we like them on the side profile. We like how structurally sound they are. Maybe not quite as thick base or wide base as those apple does, but does that I really like the consistency and that femininity that we see. Then we're going to go back up here to these right does. Does, again, that we talked about, we like the body capacity that they're showing us. We like the depth and that heart roof back into that Maryland point today. Then we're going to come up to these 2 does in front of me. Does that are a little bit more narrow made in that chest floor. I like the width that we're seeing in that hip and your leg. We'd like to open them up in the chest a little bit. And then rounding off the class with this pair here in the center of the ring. Again, another group that I like the length of the body that they're showing us. Just would like to widen them up at the base to be able to compete with some of these other pairs.
She's made her placings on this, and we'll get the winner's second place names here for you. And then we'll go into our next class.
I think those dapple doses.
26, produce dam, first place goes to Xander Dillon. Second, Ariana Thomas. Third, Corey.
So our winner in the produce of dam class was Xander Dillon, and second is Ariana Thomas. So congratulations to Xander and Ariana. We have our last boar group class, which is mother-daughter. Again, this is just a doe with her daughter, whatever age the daughter is. And the judge is going to be looking for similarities between the pairs. We have two entries, Xander Dillon and Ariana Thomas. Xander and Ariana have done pretty well today with their Bordeaux. They've got some nice does. Good breeding programs, obviously. You want to see the positive traits of the mother handed down and any faults eliminated through the buck line. So that's what the judge is going to be looking for.
For a mother-daughter class, we're going to start off with the young ladies to my right. Again, just 2 does that I really appreciate their structural soundness, how nice they are, their feet and legs, the overall width that we see across the top, the side profile that they have. They just blend really smoothly throughout. Just 2 really nice does to start off with. Then we're going to come back to these young men does that again I really like about the profile. Maybe not quite as wide based or width in the chest floor that we see in the 2 young ladies does, but 2 really nice does as well, definitely deserving of preserve in this class.
So our first place went to Ariana Thomas and second to Xander Dillon. Again, congratulations to Ariana and Xander. They've got some good breeding programs going on.
Yes, they do. They look really tough.
Yeah, they'll be good to see back next year. So we now are going to our pygmy group classes. First is Get a Sire. Again, these are 3 does with the same sire. We have a single entry through Isabella Taylor. Bring her 3 little pygmy does out here for the judge to look at. Give her some comments on. Even if they're a single entry, it's nice to have the judge kind of tell you what she likes to see and what are some strengths in it, so you kind of know where your breeding program's going.
These pygmies sometimes can be a little cantankerous.
Yeah, well, they've had a long day too.
They've had a busy day, yes.
So Isabella had a single entry Get a Sire. We had now for our produce of dam, which is the last pygmy group. This we have Isabella Taylor again. These are 2 does out of the same dam, out of the same mother. So Isabella Taylor and Reese Beaver have entries in this group class with their pygmy goats. Again, they've had successful days, the two of them, and they have some good breeding programs with their pygmies as well. And then we will be starting the meat weather class. Again, these meat weathers will be divided up by weight classes for the judge to look at. We're looking for muscle and not fat. We have the boar class, we have pygmy, and we have commercial. So we have our pygmy group class, Produce a Dam, Isabella, Taylor, Reese Beaver, showing their pygmies off here.
So our pygmy produce a dam class, we're going to start off with the pair to my right. A pair that just have a lot of width about it, tons of width between the hocks when they track away from you, lots of width up into that suspension. On that profile, they're really smoothly throughout, have a lot of head and expression, just really nice leg to start with. Now taking anything away from the second place pair, again, we talked about with like the width of body, they're showing us the depth of body, maybe just not quite the overall width of the rear between the hocks, to give us a view of that first place pair.
So the Produce a Dam for the pygmies. Reese Beaver has first place. Isabella Taylor second place. Congratulations again to Reese and Isabella for their beautiful pygmy goats. We are now getting ready for the meat weather class. Again, meat weathers are neutered bucks that are being raised specifically for the meat market. The judge is going to be looking for muscling, which is what is ideal for the meat market. We don't want a fat wether. We want a well-muscled wether. The first class is weights 55 to 60 pounds. We have 3 entries in that class.
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best basis in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-5175 or visit our website, gemstone.ag, to see current cash bids.
So again, these are 55 to 60 pound meat wethers. We have 3 entries: Ava Doing, Ariana Thomas, and Audrey Siebert. These are 55 to 60 pound meat wethers. Boar wethers, full-blooded boars. Again, that's what these animals are bred for. They're bred for meat. So you want to see a well-muscled animal. That's a muscling in that upper leg. Not too much fat through the belly. So these are what these animals are bred for, and we want to see how well they've been conditioned by their handlers. So she has made her placing in this class. Ava Doing won that class. Ariana Thomas was second. They'll be back for the champion weather. But again, that was Ava Doing and Ariana Thomas. We are now into class. The next class is 61 to 65 pounds. We have Carolyn Schutte. Grace Nobby and Arden Muckerhide.
Our next class, 61 to 65 pounds, 3 entries.
So 3 entries in that class.
Grace Nobby, Arden Muckerhide.
Again, our judge is going to look at the muscling on these. We got a little black and white one, a couple reds.
That's an interesting one there, that black and white one.
Yep, he's a cutie. So the judge is going to look at the muscling on this. Want to make sure there's not any too much fat on them. See what her pick of these 3 are.
Start this class off with the Anoa'i Decay weather. Again, what I want to get your hands on, he's just the widest advanced animal in the class.
She has her selections here, so we'll get you some names. These were the 61 to 65 pound weathers. All 3 of them were 63 pounds, so they came into the ring pretty even.
That shoulder blade or that chest fork, here we can keep that first place weather. There is one that I do appreciate the overall length of body. And the weather that kind of rounds out the class today is one that again doesn't have the overall width, more narrow in the chest fork, more narrow across the top and into the hips today. But I do appreciate how structurally sound he is on his feet leg.
In this class, first place goes to Arden Muckerhide. Second, Caroline Schutte. Third,
First place in
Grace
that
Nobby.
class was Arden Muckerhide. Second went to Caroline Schutte. Again, they'll be back for champion weather.
70
We have our next class, which is 66 to 70 pounds. We have 4 entries. Evan Kors, Tinsley Rusall, Alea Stainbrook, and Henry Schutte. These are 66 to 70 pound weathers. So we're getting up on the higher end here of what the market would like to see.
Yes.
Market buyers kind of want them at a certain weight because they kind of know how much above that they're going to get some fat. So these are some nice muscled weathers out here. And again, we don't care so much about their breed characteristics as they're not in their breeding program. We want to see muscling, which is what the meat market buyers are going to want. We don't want fat. We just want a good muscled animal that's put on sufficient muscle for his weight. Gets the optimum price for his handler. And again, some of these will likely be on the auction next week. We want to appreciate our auction buyers who come out and support the 4-H program. It's a very important part of the 4-H program. These kids can take their auction proceeds to expand their herds, do things for their next year's projects, and so we would not have as great a successful 4-H without our auction buyers. We thank them a great deal. So she's making her choices pretty quick in this class. And again, not every buck is a quality breeding buck, and especially with market animals, you want these kind of animals that are going into market that support your market demand. So these are animals that are being bred to make meat.
Start off this four-weather class, weather that we need your hands on. He's just super solid across that top, back into that hip, that rear leg. Tremendous amount of rear leg circumference compared to the other animals in the lineup. Super wide in that chest for lots of muscling up into that first gate today. Gives you a really nice look on that side profile. The weather that comes in next, our second place weather or our third place weather today, is going to be the overall width of the body, especially in that shoulder blade across the top of that loin today. Maybe not as long body as the third place weather, but it is going to be the overall width and muscling across that top. So he's going to be our second place today. And again, our third place weather, I like how long body he is. I like the long loin. Maybe just needs a little bit more time on feet, a little bit more time to grow, mature, and gain that coverage across the top to compete with those top two. And our weather that rounds off the class today is one that's a little bit more compact, doesn't quite have the overall length, but I do appreciate how wide he is in that chest fork.
So she's made her placings in this class.
First place goes to Tinsley Rusall. Second,
First place is Tinsley Broussard. Second is Alea Stainbrook. So Tinsley Broussard and Alea Stainbrook, congratulations. They will be back for champion. Our next class is the 71 to 75 pound weathers. Camille Deaton, Caroline Thomas, Nora Amberger, Anaya Stainbrook, Eli Biller, Arden Muckerhide, and Maddie Broussard. These are 71 to 75 pound market weathers. Another good group of weathers.
Yes, they are. Very sharp looking and just well muscled. You can just look at them, not much fat on them.
Yeah, no jiggling when they walk.
No, they're tight and they look very, very good. Ready to go to the market.
All fair, all the time. Powered by Cobia Solar. WTRE 1330 AM, 104.3 FM, and WTREcommunity.com, your station for all things Decatur County Fair. Cobia Solar. Solar may look different than you think.
So if you're just been joining us, we are broadcasting from the first day of the Decatur County 2024 4-H Fair. We have been broadcasting today from the Goat Show. My name is Bonnie Robbins. I'm joined with Scott Moffitt. Scott and I were blessed to have our kids go through the goat program here in Decatur County, and we are happy to be here today to support the goat showing this year, to get them some recognition. And we thank WTRE for broadcasting the program to get them their recognition they well deserve. If you come out to the fair, make sure you check out the 4-H exhibits up in the buildings as well as the livestock barns. These kids work hard all year long, and they deserve some recognition. Tell them congratulations if you see them, because they don't. Doesn't matter if they get a grand champion or what their placings is. They've worked just as hard to be here and to do their best, and that's what we hope they learn. Is they learn from their projects and they do their best, and they have a good time doing it. So we appreciate all the 4-H leaders, all the project chairmen, the extension board, everybody who helps put the fair on to make it a success. And we salute the 4-H kids who work so hard. This is just the first day of showing. We have more shows coming up this week. Sheep show, horse pony shows, dairy cattle, beef cattle, swine, rabbits. So if you have a youth that's interested in livestock, find a show and bring them out and let them see what's going on. Come support the kids and let them know that you appreciate their hard work. We have a great rural heritage here in Decatur County, a great 4-H heritage, and we are excited to see that continue. We've got a lot of first-year members in the GOAT project this year, and that's a good indication for our future.
Also a little bit shorter weight compared to the three weathers that live here today. And kind of the same thing with these three weathers that round out the class. The weathers, they like their overall length. Would like to strengthen them up in the top line, give them a little bit more eye and feel on that side profile, widen them up at the base, especially in that chest fork, and move them up in this class.
She's made her placings in this class. The first place is Madeline Broussard, Maddie Broussard. And second was Arden Muckerhide. So congratulations to Maddie and Arden. We go into our next class, which are 81 to 85 pound weathers. These are getting a little bit bigger, Scott.
Yes, these are getting into the heavyweight class here. That generally, like you said before, you get a little extra fat on them, and it starts cutting back on the market value of them. So, but I'm sure they're going to be pretty tight still, though.
Yeah,
They'll-
well, this is a good test of management. How much
Yes.
how much muscle you can put on with avoiding the fat. And sometimes those boars get ahead of you on weight. That's where ours was at this year. He got a little heavier than we expected, but
yes.
we'll see how their management is. These are 81 to 85 pound meat wethers. We have Hensley Badel, Chloe Kramer, Arden Muckerhide, and Baylor Broussal. Baylor Broussal. Maybe pronouncing that correctly. Baylor Broussal. So again, these are 81 to 85 pound wethers.
Pretty nice looking class.
Yes, they are. No, you don't see much jiggle in there.
No.
Even though they're getting bigger, there's still a lot of muscling in there.
Yes. And like I said, that's in the conditioning.
Yep. How they're feeding them and how they're working them, and they're keeping their eyes on them. They're not letting them get fat. They're not letting them get undesirable. So that's part of management, and these young people are learning that from their parents, or maybe they're even be teaching their parents how to do it. But
That's right.
They're learning good management skills. That's evident. So she's looking these over pretty good and make her choices here. When it takes a judge a little while to place them, that means they're all pretty competitive. That's always a good thing.
We have some more mark prizes. Arden Muckerhide, Grace Bobby, Jason Poe, Arden Siebert, Bruce Whipple, and William White. Benjamin Donner, many of our 4-H Trail Project, all names have been called, so you can
We started our day out today with the dairy show. We're getting towards the tail end of our meat goat show. We want to thank Hannah Goeb. Hannah has been our judge today. She's a 4-year, went through 10 years of 4-H in her county. It's an alpine and boar goat breeder. We appreciate her taking her time to come down and judge our show and to help the exhibitors learn what they're about their animals. She's been very good about pointing out reasons to the kids so they can learn from that, and we appreciate Hannah's time.
Our red leather that comes in next is one that I like how green he is. He's got a lot of width and then a chest for lots of muscling up in that brisket steak. And he's just a little bit more shorter, maybe a little bit more compact for me than everyone. I really appreciate his overall power. And these two others that kind of round out the class got outpowered by these top two. They don't quite have the substance of bone, the overall width throughout. We have to move them over this side.
In this class, first place goes to Baylor Broussal. Second, Arden Muckerhide.
So our first place in that class was Baylor Broussal. Second was Arden Muckerhide. Thank you and congratulations, Baylor and Arden. They'll be back for the champion lineup. We have our next class, which are 91 to 95 pounds. These are really getting heavy weight, Scott.
Yes, they
We're
are.
getting up there. I'm sure they'll still be competitive. That's for sure.
They will be.
And
yes.
what'll be telling is when all these weight classes come out for the champion, where she kind of settles her ideal weight
right,
and muscling in at. That's a good indication. This class has 3 entrants: Luke Cathy, Arden Muckerhide, and Jason Poe. Again, these are 91 to 95 pound meat wethers.
Here comes our first one through
Here
the
they
ring.
come. Yep.
Okay, we're ready for this next class, ranging 91 to 95 pounds. Blue Kathy, Arden Muckerhide, Teresa Feld. 3 entries. Our last week weather class, is ready to go. This class is
So again, we have 3 entries in this class, 91 to 95 pounds.
Not seeing a lot of jiggling on these.
No,
either,
I'm telling
really,
you, they're
Bonnie.
not.
They're
These
conditioned very
these
well.
young people have conditioned them very well.
Yes,
That means they've been
yes.
exercising them. They've been making sure they're not just sitting at a feed stall feeding all day long, and that's key. Keep that conditioning up. And they've done a good job. They've done a real good job.
Yeah, they won't have any problem with them at the market moving
Nope.
in.
Nope.
Definitely.
So that's good when they can keep that muscling up and the fat down. That's more money in the bank.
That's right. That's what it's all about there. When you're taking these to the markets, how much you can get out of them. And
Yep, that's what they're raising them for. So that's good. They have done very, very well with their conditioning programs. So we commend these young people and their parents. We
Yes.
commend these young people for the work, because I'm guaranteeing you these young kids are the ones out walking them and making sure they get that exercise.
Whether they're just really big-footed, big boned, you put your hands on them, you a little bit wider in that shoulder blade, a little bit longer body as well. This is more complete weather in this class. The young lady's weather that comes in next is one that's a little bit shorter mane, doesn't quite have the length that we see in that first place weather, but I do appreciate the muscling that we see in that hip on him today. And the weather that rounds out the class is one that's a little bit more narrow mane, doesn't quite have the width in the chest floor. Really like the one that's like profile, but when you get on top of him, he's just not quite as impressive as these top two.
In this class, first place goes to Jason Poe. Second,
So our first place in that heavyweight class was Jason Poe, and second was Arden Muckerhide. So congratulations, Jason and Arden. We have a single entry in our last class. This is a 91. This is a 95 and over class, 95 pounds and over. This is Sam Cathy. His weather weighs right at 100 pounds, so he is a big boy.
Yep.
And so we'll be getting ready to check or to select our champion and reserve champion meet weather. Out of all these, like I said, this will be kind of be a tell of where she likes to see a weight class at.
And again, he is very well conditioned.
Yes, he is. For being 100 pounds, he's not.
He is a lot of muscle on that.
He's not
That's-
jiggly at all.
That's a lot of money and meat money in the bank there.
Yeah. Sam did a good job on him. He's
Yes.
well conditioned, not overweight, not a lot of fat on him. That's a lot of hard work right there. You get a good breeding program, you get a lot of bone, and then you do a good conditioning program. It pays off in the end.
He is really like that profile that he gives us, just really balanced throughout. A nice weather that we'll see that out when we choose our overall grand champion.
So now we'll have all of our winners, our weight classes come out here, and we'll see where her ideal weight is, where she feels conditioning is optimal with the meat. And but again, none of these weathers looked over conditioned. None of them looked like they'd been just sitting at a feed trough all day. They've been worked.
Yes.
Good breeding programs and good management programs pay off, and these kids should be very proud of the work they've done.
Yeah, they need to be very commended for that.
Yep, they've done a lot of good work. Every single one of them out here looked pretty good. So we are lining up our first and second place weathers. They're lined up by the class they won, so the judge can inspect them and pick out her number one choice for our champion meat weather. And then next up will be our pygmy weathers. Pygmy weathers are done a little different. They're not done by weight, they're done by age. Most pygmies don't really go into the meat market. They're more of a companion animal. So they are classified by their age versus their weight for pygmies. So we've got a couple of those coming up. But right now we're going to choose our champion and reserve champion boar meat wethers. A lot of nice animals out there, Scott.
Oh, yes. Just front to back, top, from the first place row to the second place row, they're all top-notch animals right there.
Yeah, they're going to get some good market money for these kids. And
yes.
They should all be commended to how the work they've done. They've done some excellent work. Really nice wethers out here. And again, you know, these animals are bred for meat, so we're not looking at breed characteristics. We don't care if their ears are a little short or their nose is a little long. What we're looking for is these animals is the muscling, and that's what they're bred for. You know, these are bred to be meat animals. So these kids are excited to have these animals and be able to present them, and also then be able to send them to market to make some money. A couple of them are ready for their snack and their nap, Scott.
Yep, they're ready for a snack and a nap. That is correct. They've worked hard out here, so it's time for a break.
Yep. Some of them might be a toss-up, which takes a nap first, the goats or the kids.
Yeah, exactly. And some of them will just crawl in there with them and take a nap together. So, my kids were known to do that. They just crawl right in the pen with them and take a nap.
Yep.
So,
really nice selection of wethers here. She's going to go down and feel them, kind of refresh her memory what they all felt like. Check out that muscling.
Yes.
So she's going to make her decision here. And again, she's looking for the prime meat animal, the one's got the most muscling with the less fat. To be able to carry that muscling, good bone structure.
There are two that are really wide based throughout that have a tremendous amount of muscle. Here at the rear, they're really deep in that twist, really wide based throughout. So I'm going to go out, I'm going to shake the hand of your grand champion and reserve grand champion wethers. They're really nice four wethers, so from top to bottom, you guys should be commended for the quality that you have in your hand.
So she's going to go up and shake their hand and let them know they've won. It's a good tradition.
What better way to finish it?
Yep, that's right. Yep, good tradition that a lot of the livestocks have. They walk up and shake the hand of their winners, and it gives the kids a big rush. So we've got our winner there. Got our winners there in the middle of the pack.
Maddie and Tinsley.
Madeline and Tinsley Brushaw. I'm not sure which one's first and second. But
Maddie's first.
Madeline's first. Okay,
yes.
So Madeline and Tinsley Brushaw have our champion and reserve champion market wethers. Congratulations to those two girls. Again, sibling rivalry, they can't really complain. They kind of went home 1 and 2.
Yes.
So congratulations to those girls.
Nice boar goat show.
Nice,
awesome.
Very good, nice boar goat show. So now we're going to have our pygmy wethers. Again, pygmy wethers are shown because pygmies are mostly a companion animal. They really don't do a lot of marketing with them, and you can. So they're shown by age groups. So we have our 1 year and under wethers. And then we have 1 year and older. So we have 3 in each, and then we'll pick a champion. So we're getting the boar goats moved out. But yeah, it was a very nice boar wether show. Very competitive. very nice quality animals all the way up to that 100-pound one. You would not have told that he was.
No.
He did not look fat at all. He looked very well muscled, which is ideal for those kids.
And that's a testament to this, the county here. The kids
Yep.
are really, they keep this show going good.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep, we've got a.
they take a lot of pride in their animals, and they bring the best.
Yes, they do. They can be very proud of their animals. But we got. These are our 1 year and under pygmy wethers. We have Nolan Clark, Anaya Stainbrook, and Alea Stainbrook. Some nice little fellers here. They probably keep as companions. Looks like they're well loved.
Well loved and well kept.
Yep.
Yes.
They're not fat either, but
No.
you can tell they're well loved by their handlers, and that's important too. Every animal has its place. Like I said, the pygmies are considered a meat breed, but they're mostly a companion animal. People who like to have a little bit of animals around.
Yes.
They're just nice, little, friendly companion animals, and I think these little girls in front really love their little animals the way they act. I'm sure they get a lot of spoiling.
Oh, yeah. And they look pretty like nice stock too.
Yes, they do. They're nice. They're nice.
They're put together real well.
Yep, they're nicely conditioned, nicely bred, and I'm sure well loved. And so they're gonna see which one takes home first place here. I think a little bit of sibling rivalry in that graph,
Yes.
but I have a feeling they probably neither one of them will mind.
No.
Class 1, first place goes to Alea Stainbrook. Second, Anaya Stainbrook. And third,
So our first is Alea Stainbrook, second is Anaya Stainbrook. So they'll be back in for champion pygmy weather. Your girls probably had a champion pygmy weather one year, didn't they?
Yes, we did once I think. Yeah.
I think we did too. We had a solid black one, if I remember right, and it went champion pygmy weather.
We had a white one.
Oh yeah, we had a solid black one. I think he's the
Salt.
one that went champion or reserve champion one.
Salt and pepper.
Ours was named, the black one was named Cole. That was real original.
We had one black one white one, and salt was salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper. There you go.
And salt was the weather. And
Yep. So we have our 1 year and over pygmy wethers here. Again, we have 3 entrants. We have Chloe Kramer with 2 entries and Isabella Taylor. Again, these are nicely put together little wethers.
yes, they are. I was talking about the horns earlier. The pygmies can have horns too.
You're right,
If
yep.
you choose to. So
I forgot about that. Yes,
Yeah.
we have a few pygmies with horns, but that's kind of one of those things, a management decision. But the pygmies can have their horns intact. We have one little gentleman out here who has his horns intact.
in this class, first place goes to Isabella Taylor. Second and third, Chloe Kramer. Going first and second place out of the ring for overall.
now we're going to bring them all out for
Yep.
the overall.
Yep.
Commercial weathers would be on deck.
What's that? Isabella was first. Chloe was second.
So in that class, Isabella Taylor had the first place and Chloe Kramer had second. We're now back out here for our champion pygmy weather. We have our first and second place in those two groups to be our champion and reserve champion pygmy weather. So our two 1 year and older weathers became champion and reserve champion. So that would be Isabella Taylor with the champion and Chloe Kramer with reserve champion. Congratulations.
Nice job.
Nice job. Congratulations, ladies. We are now going into our commercial weathers. Again, these are crossbred. Our crossbred boars with a little bit of probably dairy in them somewhere. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 classes. For 2, 4, 6 entrants total. These will go pretty quick. Our first is class 1, 60 to 65 pounds. We have Reed Whipple and Harold Rennekamp. These are commercial weathers. Again, they're not purebreds. 60 to 65 pounds, Reed and Harold.
Couple of nice looking weathers there.
Yep, they're nice looking. So she's made her decisions here. Looks like the first place is going to be Harold Rennekamp, and the second will be Reed Whipple. These were our commercial weathers, 60 to 65 pounds. First place, Reed Whipple. Second place, first place, Harold Rennekamp. Second place, Reed Whipple.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Our next commercial weather class is 80 to 85 pounds. We have Ezekiel Dillon and Xander Dillon. The Dillon boys.
Nice looking weathers
Nice
there.
looking weathers, yeah. We got a solid black and a light red. These are 80 to 85 pound weathers. Let's see what the judge thinks of them.
I like that black one myself.
That black one is nice, yeah, he is. A little more muscly the way he looks. We'll see what she thinks after she feels him up. They can feel a lot different than they look.
Yes, that's definitely for sure.
So you want a judge that's going to feel them. You want a judge to put the hands on them and feel that muscling and feel that ribs and feel the bones. And she's going to leave them how they are. So we've got the black one, which is Ezekiel in first, and Xander Dillon second. So congratulations to Ezekiel. So they will be back again for champion commercial weather. We have a single entry in our next class.
Familiar face?
You familiar face, yeah. Brooklyn Robbins. She's bringing, this is Bruiser. And Bruiser weighed 93 pounds. Like I said, those weights can get away from you.
Yes, they can.
He was not supposed to be that big. Yeah, we have Brooklyn Robbins out here with a single entry in this commercial class. He's from 90 to 95 pounds. This one weighs 93.
I tell you what, he's pretty
Bruiser.
sharp looking.
He is a sharp looking little feller. He's black and white, and we had hoped for a black and white doe. We got one Bordeaux kid this year, and she wasn't black and white.
Well, it happens.
But yeah, well, we're hoping next year because our buck is a black and white dapple.
Okay.
So we're hoping next year. But yeah, he is a sharp looking little feller, and he loves his food.
He's not too over conditioned, though, Bonnie.
Well, he's not. He jiggles more than I like.
Yep.
But he's been a fun little thing to have around the farm. He likes to. He lets you know when it's feeding time because when he's hungry he starts bawling.
Yep.
So that is Bruiser.
First place goes to Brooklyn Robbins. Our last class.
So we have one more commercial weather class again. This is a single entry Grace Nobby, 96 to 100 pounds. So he's a big boy too. He weighs right at 100 pounds. And again, not much jiggle there.
No.
He's pretty conditioned. He likes I'm wondering why, because he's like kind of wanting to jump around the ring.
He's a little jumpy.
He may be a jumper at home too, but
he's not used to all this activity.
Yep. He's nice little weather for Grace. So Grace will have a single entry in this class, and she'll come back out to compete for champion commercial weather. So
I'd say that's probably got a little Nubian in it.
I would say so. The collaring and stuff, yeah.
And that's a good cross for
Nubian
market weathers.
Yes, Nubian and Boer crosses are really good. Like I said, you get a doe that gets some milk in there, and she makes milk for them kids, and they get fat, or they get muscling on. They get weight on them fast.
They get their growth, yes.
Yeah. So those Nubian Boer crosses are pretty nice crosses. So we will now have everybody in for our champion commercial weather. She can select her favorite out of these four. The first places are Harold Rennekamp, Ezekiel Dillon, Brooklyn Robbins, and Grace Nobby. So we'll see what she thinks of these four placings.
I'm going on the black one.
I think so too. I'm with you.
The black one is pretty nice.
I think Ezekiel's got a good one out there. Ideal muscling, not too fat. I will go with you on that one. So we'll see. We'll see what our
how good our prognosis.
We'll see how good our judging is, right?
See what we know, right? To be fair, though, we didn't get hands on. So
we haven't been able to hands on him.
We're just eyeballing.
We're going by looks, but he is nice looking. He's got, like I said, he's not fat. He's not jiggly. But we'll see what she thinks compared to the other three in that first lineup.
That's kind of like just buying your first car. It looks pretty, but it doesn't run good, you know. How good's it run?
Right. So we'll see here what her thoughts are. Her opinion is the one that matters.
That is correct. The judge is always right.
Yep. So she's putting hands on them again. Yes. She wants to refresh her memory and check them out next to each other. See which one she thinks is the best here. She's going to tell us.
Lineup for green and reserve green commercial weather. In the commercial class, we had a lot of different types out here today because these are crosses with different things. But we're still looking for the same things we talked about in the Boer weather. So one that's got a lot of substance of bone, that's big-footed. You get your hands on top of it, got the width across the top, carries it back into the head of your leg. But looking at these four out here in our first place lineup, I think there's one that really has the advantage in overall width of the body, especially in that chest score up into that brisket today. Also really like him on the side profile. He
Well, we picked that one right, Scott.
We got that one right.
We got that one right. So that's Ezekiel Dillon. So congratulations, Ezekiel. He is the champion commercial weather. So good job. Good job.
Oh my goodness, Bruiser.
Bruiser, good job, Bruiser. Reserve
go.
champion goes to Brooklyn Robbins with Bruiser. So
you guys have had a good run.
Granddaughter's had a good day today.
That is awesome.
That's a blessing. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So you take those when you get them.
We take them when we can get them. And we nurture those when we don't get them.
Yes, just remember.
That's right. So congratulations to Ezekiel Dillon for champion commercial weather, and Brooklyn Robbins for reserve champion commercial weather. So we now have our market dams, and these are does that go to market. Some people think that does, you don't think about does being market animals, but they can be, because again, not every animal is your prime breeding prospects. So these are market dams, these are market does that will be going to market. They're judged exactly like the boars are for their muscling. First class is 60 to 65 pounds. Chloe Kramer and Arden Muckerhide.
A couple of nice looking little does
They are nice looking, yeah. But again, everybody who breeds, that not every animal's the best one you want to keep for breeding.
That's right.
And when you've got a market for your animals like this. You have a market for meat, goat meats.
Take advantage of it.
You take advantage of that, and even if it's a doe, you raise it up for a market animal, and you're able to bring money into your operation. And you take just as good a care of that animal as you do the ones you keep for breeding, and you give them a good life, and you take care of them, and they produce for you. So these are market dams, and again, we have two, Chloe and Arden. So we're down to the tail end of our show. We have a couple of classes of market dams, and then we will be completing our broadcast. We thank you all for listening. Hopefully you learned something about goats today. Scott and I can sit and talk goats all day long.
Yes, we can.
So the first place in that class was Arden Muckerhide. Second is Chloe Kramer. Our next class of market dams, 66 to 70 pounds. We have a single entry, Ava Doing. So Ava will bring in and show hers, and then she'll bring him back for championship. Little doe's going to do some dancing for us. Cute little doe.
It's always nice to watch a little doe dance, though.
Yep. She's a nice little doe. Looks like she's in good condition. Again, she is 66 pounds.
Yeah, that's just about right.
So she's getting right about right for that market. Yep. So this is Ava Doings.
From here, she looks pretty muscled up.
Yep. So she will bring her back out for the championship lineup. She's a single entry. So when we're done here, the kids will relax and get their auction pictures taken and get their awards handed out, and just kind of have a relaxing time, and everybody will get to kind of take a deep breath and look back at the day fondly with all their successes. So we again, it takes a lot of people to get this on. Claire and Max Thompson have done a great job in organizing the show. We have Rob Smith, the ring announcer, Erica Smith helping out. A lot of people it takes to get this on, and we appreciate everybody's help, and we appreciate you listening to us.
Yes, and all the sponsors
Yep.
that have made donations to the
Yep.
to the prizes for the kids, the awards. We
Yep.
we all appreciate that. I don't have a list of all those.
Nope, but they're
we
each
do
appreciated.
appreciate all that everybody in the community does for us.
So we have our last class of market dams here. These are 3 entries in the 71 to 75 pound range. Ezekiel Dillon, Xander Dillon, and Emery Morris. 71 to 75 pound market dams. So these are nice dams. They're not jiggly either, so
No,
they're not good.
they're
nice,
all-
nice does.
Yes. And then anybody that's thinking that a child has an interest in the goats, they can come by the barn,
Yep.
and I'm sure anybody that's there can talk to you and
Yep.
tell you a little bit about it. And
Yep. If you find the 4-H kids, they like to talk to you about their animals.
yes,
Goats, sheep, cows, whatever. And I said, if you've got a 4-H'er that's wanting to come up into a livestock program, this is the perfect opportunity for you to check it out. Talk to the kids who are doing it. Come see the show if they're going. The show hasn't shown yet. Like I said, we've got the rabbit show, we've got horse and pony, we've got beef cattle, dairy cattle, swine,
poultry.
poultry. Poultry was part of it this morning, but more coming up. So bring the kids out to see the show so they know what's involved.
Our third place dough. Our third place dough, I like the site profile. We get in front of her, kind of like to open her up a little bit in that chest, up into that brisket to be able to move her up in this class.
So our first place is Xander Dillon. Second is Emery Morris. So congratulations, Xander and Emily. They will stay out here for our champion market dam, which will then conclude our show. So we're going to have our market dams come out here. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Got one more, looks like.
Well, but they're not pulling them out, so he must be a scratch maybe.
Might be.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to choose our champion here. We had another class for Arden, but Arden must have scratched her doe in that class. Oh, excuse me, we had one class left. We jumped the gun. We do apologize. Arden Muckerhide has a market dam. 77 pounds.
Heavyweight class.
So bring her out because she deserves to get shown and be part of the consideration as well.
Ooh-wee.
So this is a 77 pound market dam shown by Arden Muckerhide. Nice doe.
Nice.
Nice put together, well compact, muscular, well deserving of being in that championship lineup. We don't want to short her.
No.
Well, thank you, Scott, for helping me today.
Well, I thank you for inviting me. I was a little nervous to start with.
Well, me too.
But it's been a good
We've
day.
had a good day.
I've had a good time.
Like I
so.
said, Scott and I can talk goats all day long, and we got to do that today.
Yep. So
Hopefully any of you listening maybe learned a little bit about goats, and we feel that the goat project is just as worthy as the other projects to get acknowledged. That's why we're here. So we thank everybody who's listened throughout the day, and we're getting ready for our last placing here, the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Market Dams, and then the kids are going to get their rewards and get their recognition. And I think I'd heard the judge has another show to go do, so she's got a busy schedule ahead of her today. Again, we want to thank Hannah Goeb, our judge. Hannah is a young lady who spent 10 years in 4-H in her county, raised alpine and boars, and we appreciate her coming and sharing her expertise with us today. So we have our lineup here for our champion market dams. Arden Muckerhide has the Class 1 winner. Ava Doling, Class 2. Xander Dillon, Class 3. And then Arden also had the Class 4 winner. So Arden has 2 out there in that champion lineup. We're going to see who wins. The judge is going to feel them again, refresh her memory.
It's going to be a tough one here.
It is. I wouldn't want to choose one. I wouldn't want to choose one. They're all nice,
they're all nice.
nicely muscled.
It's going to come down to that one fine detail.
Yep.
Here we go.
So for Brandon, our reserve green market, and quite a lot of different styles out here today. I think in our first place lineup, trying to get my hands on them, I think is where they really start to separate themselves for me today. There's a doe out here that when you get your hands on her, she's just the widest face doe across that top, starts from that shoulder blade, across the top of that loin, into that hip in that rear leg. She's got the most depth of loin. She's got the most muscling in that rear leg with the circumference of that rear leg. I think on that side profile really gives you a nice look. That's what this young lady directly in front of me. She's going to be very market.
So the Ava Doling with her 66-pound market dam takes home grand champion market dam.
Nice, very nice.
And then we're going to look who did our reserve. Congratulations to Ava.
Get that muscling and that coverage that we see in these older ones. For me today, I'm going to go down to our lightest doe at the end of the line. She's going to be your reserve grand market.
And Arden Muckerhide, her Class 1 winner, is our reserve champion market dam. So that concludes our goat show today at the Decatur County Fair. Thank you all for listening in.
Thank you, Bonnie, for
Thank you,
having
Scott.
me. And
It was
it's been
fun.
a pleasure.
So thank you, everybody. Thank you, WTRE, for allowing us to do this, to recognize the GOAT participants at the fair. Everybody have a fantastic 2024 fair.